Well, Morena, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our council meeting of the 27th of August. Wonderful to have you all with us. And look, I'm just going to undertake a brief adjournment, although we've only just got started, just a few issues from a technical level to address here, and we shall come back and reconvene at just after 5 past. Kia ora, thank you. Look, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for indulging us a small comfort stop there and address a few technical issues. So look, before we go any further, could I invite you, Dale-Marie, to open us with a fitting karakia, please?
Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho, kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tai kie. Come forth from above, come forth from below, come forth from within, come from the tie of vitality and well-being for all, strengthened in unity, huie, tai kie. Tēnā tātou.
Ka pai. Kia ora, thank you. Thank you very much, Dale-Marie. So cracking into our agenda, the opening comments from myself won't take too long. I just felt it was really appropriate that we just spend a moment to reflect on the recent passing of Len Hatwell. He's a developer from Te Awamutu, obviously owns a significant tract of land in T11, and you may recall he came and submitted and spoke to us under our LTP. He's always been, Len's a wonderful was a wonderful community-oriented developer who was hell-bent on doing his very best to deliver affordable housing in this town. So sad loss to the community and real big sad loss to his family, and I have sent a letter of condolence to his family on our behalf. But I just thought I would acknowledge that in this environment, as we regularly do for sort of giants in our district, so to speak. So our thoughts go out to his family. Yeah. So look, it's been a busy month since we last met, peppered with MP visits, a dam opening, fundraising events, and of course littered with a handful of meet the candidate meetings, which are going to come thick and fast from now, obviously, until the end of this triennium. But I also just wanted to acknowledge that we've been battling as an organisation, and touch wood around this table, not so much, but as an organisation with these two strains of awful influenza. And I know that outside of this organisation, there have been significantly high cases and quite serious cases of influenza in our community, which is really distressing. So let's all be conscious that some of us are not running on full cylinders just yet, and that there are these germs around the place that we're best to try and avoid if we can. So look, without any further ado, let's crack into the other items here. Firstly, apologies. I have them from Councillors Marcus Gower, Bruce Thomas and Andrew Brown. I'm happy to move that we accept those from the chair. Claire will second that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Do we have any disclosures of members' interests in respective matters in our agenda today? Liz?
Yes, I just noticed my business GL Events is listed as one of the on licences in the alcohol licensing item.
Excellent.
I don't see it as a conflict. No, I'm just identifying it, but I will continue. I will participate in the conversation.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks for noting that. Fabulous. Right. So we shall move on. No late items I'm aware of. No. And then confirmation of the order of the meeting. I'm comfortable that the order is appropriate. Roger.
There is one request. May I ask that item
Yeah, thank you, Roger. Look, there is logic to that, and I don't have any difficulty with reordering it. It's not catastrophic in terms of today's outcomes, but I think it's a logical switch. So can we have the order of our meeting confirmed as it appears in our agenda, save for the switching of the two items, having the Local Government System Improvements Amendment Bill being heard just before the Ahuaki Implementation Summary Plan? Sure. Lou will move that. I think actually Roger's essentially moved it, and I'll have you, and Lou, you're happy to second that? Excellent, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Good stuff. Right, moving on to one of my favourite parts of our agendas, which is deputations. And for those of you that have who don't know David, this is David Hallett. And we're really honoured to welcome you here today, David, and I'm looking forward to hearing everything that you have to say. But just as a quick whistle-stop tour as to who David is, he's a co-founder and director of Company X. It's a visionary software development firm that's emerged as a leader in this area. You have over 25 years of tech brilliance and IT experience, and with a track record of spearheading award-winning projects. And I guess the thing that delights me most about the journey that you've taken is you hail from Ngāhana Pōuri. You're one of ours, and it's really exciting to see such innovative stuff come out of what people from places that people wouldn't ordinarily expect it to come from. Right? I think we tend to think that a lot of this tech innovation comes from the big cities. Quite frankly, it doesn't. So look, with that brief introduction, the floor is yours, David. Really looking forward to understanding or hearing from you about what you see coming, what you do, AI, anything that you want to impart in terms of gems to us today. We're all ears.
Sorry about that. There we go. Okay. So from the top, Morena, David Hallett, thank you for the introduction, Susan. Born and bred Tokoroa, came to university in the Waikato, and have lived in Ngāhana Pōuri with my wife now for decades. And so she's Ngāhana Pōuri born and bred. Last time I was sitting here actually was when I was submitting on the LTP on behalf of the Mangahia Catchment Charitable Trust. So wonderful to be here again. What I want to do is I want to go through a couple of things. Obviously, I love to talk about our business, Company X, so I'll give you guys an overview about Company X and what we've done and what we've achieved. And then I'll give you a couple of things that we're seeing as emergent technologies. There's a whole lot of things that are interesting that might be worthwhile, and you may know about them already. If you don't, I'll go into those. And then I'm going to go and touch on something which is quite dear to my heart, which is economic development, specifically for our region as well, and some of the things that are happening and that probably as a council you'd be worthwhile knowing about. So with further ado, I'll jump to the presentation. So these are my thoughts on tech and digital for the Waipa District Council. So Company X, we are a software company, leading software and simulation company. We do a lot of work in the data space, data, AI insights, and we do a lot of work in the virtual reality and simulation space. Our team there on the right, we've got a team of close to 50 people, headquartered in Union Square in Hamilton. A lot of our staff, funnily enough, live in Cambridge, in the Waipa region as well, and all commute into Hamilton to work from that office. And we've got an office up in Auckland and team members in the South Island as well, and a couple of Kiwis and Aussies who are in Australia and Southeast Asia and team members up in Europe as well. Who do we work for? So we've got some pretty specific verticals: infrastructure, asset managers, defence personnel, defence organisations, and technology executives. And the kind of stuff we do is we integrate complex systems, so things that are really hard to make talk and connect together and make that happen. We partner with organisations to help them commercialise ideas. So these are ideas where they've got a business model or a product that they want to do. We enhance efficiency. So we do a lot of work in the machine learning and artificial intelligence space, which is a pretty cool area to be working in, and I'll cover that a little bit more later on. And we advance safety and we accelerate learning through virtual reality simulation training. And we do some pretty cool stuff in that space, specifically here in New Zealand with the New Zealand Defence Force. I'll go through our journey and maybe you can see where we are. So there's me, and on the right-hand side is my co-founder and Company X, a guy called Jeremy Hughes. Jeremy is born and bred Whakatane, but has lived in Raglan for years. So he's a very, very keen surfer, and Raglan is his place that he calls home. So one of the important things is that nothing happens by accident, and Jeremy and I are very ardent believers in understanding principles and ethics and where we come from and what we do. And so we've got some principles that we effectively aligned ourselves with, or we agreed to when we formed the company. And these are the ideas of challenging everything. Really, really important when you're dealing in the innovation space. Pushing boundaries, never taking things as accepted, always look at new technologies, look at inspirational things coming along, and being creative in everything that we do. Giving choices. So one of the things when you're working with people, we realize that It's great to have wonderful ideas, but just like an architect who designs a $5 million house for you, which is never going to be built, we're in the place to give people ideas and options that fit their budgets and help them understand their operational needs. Respecting new ideas, because we live in a world of evolving ideas and technology, I guess, inventions, it's really cool for us to be mutually respectful with others because some ideas may impinge on our ideas of freedom. AI may bring up whole lots of issues in the world of ethics, for example. So these are the kind of things that we need to respect, but understand how they work. And of course, the whole idea is inclusive journeys. So we like to partner with our clients and work very, very closely with them over long periods of times so that we know each other very well and we can help, I guess, inform and engage them as we go. There have been certain milestones as we grew the company, and I guess what I'm trying to tell you here is it's very interesting to do something, but there's certain epochs or milestones, as I like to call them, which are moments where they're defining times which have pushed you into a certain space or have sent you in a certain direction, which take you to where you are today. And Jeremy and I, we often try and be retrospective and have a look about what's happened, why we're in a certain place, and being deliberate's one of our sort of mottos. If we're deliberate, we can get to somewhere. And so some of these milestones we saw was when Jeremy and I actually first met at something called the Digital Industry Forum. And this is one of the reasons why I'm a huge fan of New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, NZTE. I don't know anybody here knows Steve Tritt. Steve Tritt's works a lot in the sort of economic development space. He was working for NZTE and had this vision, or very, very clear vision, about the benefits that could come from collaboration, specifically around the tech sector. And so there was a group of digital industry forums funded by NZTE where Jeremy and I actually met. So without that foresight, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. And so this is a thing that I'll come back to right at the very end, just so you can see how it connects together. Following that, we were enticed to move into the SOTA workspace. I don't know if anybody here knows about SOTA, the incubator. Incredible. So we were one of the first tenants in SOTA, and actually we ended up being the anchor tenant for years with SOTA. So when they moved from the Meteor in Hamilton to Wintec House, we were one of the tenants. It was the anchor tenant there at Wintec House. Amazing opportunity, because often, it's who you surround yourselves with that becomes part of your journey. So being surrounded with incredible people gave us incredible opportunities. That's how we also met Pepper Creative. So Pepper Creative was a company that we went on, obviously, to acquire at a later stage. But of course, it was in that environment where we met Pepper Creative. You're only as good as your team. And from the outset, we were very specific about the people that we hired. They had to have the right technical and domain expertise, but they also had to be really good people. As part of our hiring process, but also just be talking through things and say, so what do you do for fun? And if someone couldn't say what they did for fun, they couldn't say, I love rock climbing or I love cycling or something, which was actually quite, I guess, divergent from what we were working in. You'd sort of question is how much of a fit they were, because you want people to have interests outside of work and be a well-balanced person. So we were pretty specific, and that set us up for having an amazing team of people who had great hobbies and great activities and great sports. We acquired a couple of companies along the way, but one of the ones that was quite monumental for us was the acquisition and the merger of Pepper Creative, and they were doing work in the augmented and virtual reality space. We saw this quite a few years ago as an emerging technology that was coming along. Maybe at that time, the hardware wasn't as good, or it wasn't where it should be, but we could certainly see potential. So getting that merger in place meant that we had an amazing team that came on board with us. And, I look back and those 4 milestones, the Digital Industry Forum where we met, the whole idea of incubation, working in a co-working space alongside other people, hiring strategically to make sure you've got an amazing team and great people, and acquiring the right talent as opposed to trying to invent it, were pretty cool milestones that gave us an extraordinary path for our growth. And so what did that do? Well, it set us up to solve big problems. And when I say big problems, they're things like our Transport Insights problem. So that was the world's first national roading insights platform. So Company X has a partnership with the Road Efficiency Group, and we have developed, in partnership with them, the Transport Insights tool. What does it do? It does national benchmarking of sector performance, so of the RCA performances, does evidence-based insights, so all roading, financial, statistical data. No problems.
That noise in the background for you.
No sweat. And it empowers informed investment decisions. One of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up and why I'm really excited about this tool here, and I don't know whether many of you know, but Dawn Ingalls, who worked here at Waipa for many years, is actually known as the godmother of Transport Insights. In fact, this tool was the first pilot that we did, the first testing that we did with this tool was using Waipa District Council. So really, really incredible. So this is now used right across the country by every single RCA. This is the stuff that literally the industry goes to understand what, how much, why. And it's really cool. It's held up as one of the pinnacles or the columns of the transport industry here in New Zealand. And it's incredible. I mean, and it's the world's first as well, which is pretty exciting. So just wanted to make that call out to, I guess, Dawn, but also Waipa. Thank you very much. Obviously, a decade ago, being the council that we started this with on that journey. So that's very, very cool. Well, we also love to work in spaces where things haven't been done before as well. And so we do a lot of work in the water and the environmental space. But what's really exciting is working with The Stream, which is a Māori-owned business. We do a lot of work in terms of working holistically. So building toolings that allow us to incorporate, I guess, Western science or scientific calculations alongside Mataranga Māori, which is really, really cool. We do things in this tooling alongside the team at The Stream of getting data which has been captured perhaps from sensors, from Gregorian calendars, and aligning them with a whole lot of kaitiaki observations that we capture via things like the tool called Rongo, which allows geospatial observations from a kaitiaki perspective. So looking at things like species counts, observations around, looking at the number of tuna that are in certain places, coda. The idea is looking at species of trees, how things are flourishing, and capturing that in a maramataka view as well. So having a look at these things from a lunar perspective, which is really, really cool. And it's a fun place to be in. And it's really cool working with mana whenua and other people as well, providing really, really cool tooling, which is quite specific to their tikanga as well. So that's one of the things that we also do, and we love doing that because it's really, really a nice thing. We do obviously a lot of exporting, but nice to do stuff here, which is here for New Zealand and for Tangata Whenua. So that's a really cool thing that we get to do. We do a lot of work in the virtual reality space. And so our virtual reality and simulation training means that, and for those of you who don't know, but virtual reality is a whole idea of where you can put a headset on and then you're transported into another world in full 3 dimensions. We do some really cool stuff where we track eyes, we can watch where your hands are moving. And so because of that, what it does is it enables you to create repeatable training and immersive environments. Why this is really, really important is there's probably 3 reasons why organisations come to us to do this kind of work. One is if it's really expensive to do it in real life. So for example, if you're training people and you're burning fuel in helicopters or you're burning gas at a gas plant, that's an expensive resource. 2 is if it's really dangerous, so if it's not safe to do or if there are safety concerns, you can virtualize it and do it in a static environment. And the 3rd is if it's bad for the environment. So obviously doing things like burning gas for training or burning gas, petrol, all these kind of things. If you can do it in a virtual environment, there's no ecological impact or no environmental impact. And so, please, if you want to ask a question, yes.
This virtual training is. Sorry. Yeah. This virtual training is really interesting. When you've got a group of people that are all wearing the headsets and you're projecting a virtual image in there, are all of the headsets interactive? So they can all change the environment and it's seen where they're all moving within that?
Great question. And the answer is yes. We've just actually finished or just finishing a project at the moment. I can't talk about it just yet, but effectively everybody who has a headset is in that same environment and everybody else interacts together in that environment. It's really, really great where you've got trainers who have a headset on and they can then go into that space and work alongside people and show them what to do and to monitor them in another world. You should come to our office sometime and we'll demonstrate it. It's incredible. Yeah. So very, very cool. So we do a lot of work, obviously. Our main clients are sort of in the energy and the asset management space and defence and transport. So there's lots of different applications for that. One thing which has been really, really interesting for us, and I guess, we didn't start Company X with the expectation of winning awards, but one of the things that comes with, I guess, having an amazing team and doing really cool stuff is that people see it and say, well, that's really cool. But what's even cooler is that German are very big on culture. And I know that sounds kind of cliche, but actually it really matters to us that the people who work for us are seen, that they are our team, our people, and we work with them. And for us, when we won an award at the Waikato Business Awards, well, actually won a lot of awards, but when we won specifically, which was around service excellence, it really meant a lot to us, more so than all the other awards, because service excellence is actually about ensuring enduring relationships with our partners, ensuring customer satisfaction. And that's really, really important. What's cool about that is, as well as that, I guess the outflowing of that, and I've got them up on the slide there, is that when you have really satisfied customers, you get loyalty and retention. Now, they want to stick around, they want to do stuff with you. You're the first person that gets a phone call when they say, hey, I've been thinking about, or what do you think about? And it's a great place to be because it means you're actually working with them, not for them. It means there's great word of mouth referrals. That's one of the best things. They know generally good people know good people. And when they refer to other good people, you find other great organisations that are great to work with and form partnership. And of course, that leads to increased sales and increased growth, which, as any good commercial business should be doing, is always looking at how you can grow. Back in 2017, we won Export of the Year for services, which was pretty exciting, winning that with the New Zealand Export Awards. We were listed in the Asia Pacific 3 years running in the top 500 technology companies. And back in 2018, we won the fastest growing technology business in the Central North Island. So these things are pretty exciting and pretty cool. Yes, it's a few years ago now, but it's interesting that, obviously following on from that, it puts you in a really firm position. Just last year, we signed a partnership, an MOU with the University of Waikato. There's some really cool things that we're doing, and because we work in the innovation space, there's a need to do research and look at new ideas and apply them. There's some really, really great people at the university who we work with in fields of computer science and engineering, and that is a really cool. I don't know why this has stopped working. Sweet, cool. And so part of this was to accelerate growth for Company X because there's some really cool cutting edge research that we can apply from the university, especially in the fields of AI, and also amplify innovation because there's some pretty specific expertise that the university has that we can leverage as well with our team to drive that forward. What you might not know about, which is pretty amazing, the Te Pōtea Mahara is the Artificial Intelligence Institute. And so the University of Waikato was in New Zealand first in creating a dedicated institute specifically to drive research and innovation in the AI field. Launched 2021. In fact, Te Taka.
You're hearing right.
I was just saying to Taka Keegan.
No, I was saying, so Te Taka, Dr. Taka Keegan, of course, is involved with the Institute as well. So he's head of Māori as well for that too. Absolutely. He lives in Nahe and he lives in Nahe and Poti as well. So what's really cool is they have a mission as well, which is a really neat thing. They've got this vision that it's not just about I guess doing research, but they want to equip industries with tools and help them transform data into these whole ideas of actionable insights. Into life, I call them, which is actually the whole point of AI is if you can create stuff which is living and usable, it does a whole lot more than just being static. They've got a research focus, which is pretty cool because they're focusing on things that matter, like the environment, healthcare, and business transformation. And healthcare is really, really interesting, of course, having that focus because that existed before the medical school or the graduate school of medicine was announced. So that's really, really interesting. And it has a regional impact. I call it a regional asset, almost a regional taonga in a way, the Institute, because of the work and the research they're doing is really, really important. What's fascinating is, I do have a slide there that's disappeared, emergent trends. Okay. I guess jumping from AI and talking about what's happening there are some trends. Probably there's two that I want to talk about that matter. There's actually a whole lot of things happening, but I don't have all day that I'll cover for you guys. Exactly. So I guess there's this whole idea of multimodal artificial intelligence. And so AI is a trend. Obviously, this new thing is multimodal. It's been around for probably since the 1980s. But the computational power that we have these days enables us to do some very, very cool stuff. And so this is the whole idea of AI models being able to see, that's using computer vision, so cameras enabled vision, to hear, so that's using acoustic or I guess audio sampling and understanding and parsing that. So that's, voice AI, but also other things doing acoustic analysis or looking for signatures or rhythms or vibrational analysis, all that kind of stuff, using sensors as well. So that, as I said, those could be sensors for temperature, water flow, pressure, all those kind of things, and bring these into these models, which don't just kind of do predictive text, they actually can predict all sorts of things. In fact, multimodal is where you can type, some of the stuff you may see is where you type in a description or what you see, and it will create an image for you. That's the whole idea of understanding your text and creating these images. But it's only a very, very small area of it. And it's really cool because what it does is it creates things like, and I don't know whether you've seen it, but there's a company here in New Zealand which is doing body conditioning score for dairy cows, just using cameras as they walk past, looking at things like gait and all the rest of it. So that's using some very cool, I don't know what kind of AI they're using, obviously it's proprietary, but using some very cool AI to do that body assessment of those animals. So, smarter systems, enhanced capabilities, that's the really cool one. And basically improved decision-making. Future Ready is the other cool one. So you can have, you could have a camera, for example, inside in a plant room, looking at your plant, and it can be looking for anomalies and understands what those anomalies are. You don't necessarily have to program it to be magical. I say, think computer vision on farms and factory floors, multimodal models integrate text, images, and sensor data for engineering, maintenance, logistics. You can do AI and assisted inspections. You can turn unstructured images and data and videos all into decisions. Here's an example of a computer vision or object recognition. So you can see things in this picture here. It can say, okay, that's a bottle, that's a bowl. That's really interesting. In fact, we've been able to do that for quite a while, doing image recognition. What's cool about the whole idea of multimodal is that you can now do things like have a camera perhaps in a bank, which is looking at people coming and going. In the past, you could do computer vision, so you could pick up a knife or you could pick up a gun, for example, and report that as a threat. What you can do with multimodal models is you can type in things like, monitor this video stream for people who look threatening. Or threatening things. And so, of course, it's going to pick up people coming in with guns and knives, knowing that those relate to this whole idea of threatening. But it could also, for example, if a person comes in carrying a fire extinguisher in one hand, it would see that, but it may ignore it. But if a person comes in carrying a fire extinguisher, perhaps with two hands, then that can automatically say, oh, that's threatening, and flag that as well. But if that person was wearing, say, a fire uniform, then that's not threatening. So it's all this really fascinating way, like the way that we reason, actually applying a bit of reasoning or intelligence to the stuff that it sees. So it's kind of trippy, but also really, really cool that the stuff that you can do, because no longer do you have to code for specific examples. You can give it a sentiment or an idea and allow those multimodal models to kind of connect the magic dots behind the scenes. So this is what we're really seeing. Please.
I asked a question. I've switched to John. That's again really, really interesting. But my understanding is that AI is not yet capable of original thought, and therefore it's still only picking up from the plethora of existing information that's already out there, bringing it into the consideration.
Yeah, right? And so that goes into a field of what we call AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. And gosh, even in my team, there are debates day in, day out whether we've reached AGI or not. I mean, there used to be something called the Turing test, which would tell you whether something was truly intelligent. I'd argue that maybe when maybe ChatGPT 3 was out, that we probably passed the Turing test, that you didn't know that you were talking to a computer. You could have assumed it was a human. And it depends what reasoning is as well. Yes, some of the models have got deep thinking and reasoning, Is it AGI? Maybe not general intelligence, but certainly it's capable of doing, I guess, divergent thinking, divergent solving. So we're in an interesting place, very, very interesting place. And you'd also argue, as well as humans, aren't we but only capable of using our existing experiences and knowledge to make decisions? And the answer is, well, maybe. So, you know, no disrespect intended, maybe we are there, or maybe it looks different than what we think it is, but it can do things that are even beyond our capabilities at times. Thought for the day. So that's multimodal. So I don't know whether anybody knows Professor David McCormack. So David, he's a surgeon, and he's the interim dean of medicine up at the University of Waikato. So I asked David his thoughts. He's a big advocate of using technology, and his role at the School of Medicine, or Graduate School of Medicine. He's excited about the opportunities. To quote him, he says, AI represents a fantastic opportunity to advance patient care. However, we move forward with our eyes wide open, a bit like we were saying there. What does he say? Dave says it will impact everything from education through diagnosis, management, and follow-up. It's pretty comprehensive, the things that you can be doing, you know, in this space. And he says within the school, in keeping with our digital first pedagogy, we will be fully exploring all that AI has to offer. So if that's not something which is exciting, you know, and real world application, I mean, this is, as I say here, you know, it's an opportunity to lead from our region here from the Waikato, because they're planning to train digital first doctors. So, you know, this is a cool emergent trend, which is pretty exciting, using AI's augmenting capabilities. So even if it isn't, you know, generally intelligent, it can still augment humans pretty nicely and give us a whole lot of cool skills that we can use. I mean, already clinicians here in our region are using AI assisted tools to create clinical notes from their conversations, and, you know, reducing that administration time and having more of a client-patient focus than having to do admin. So there's some pretty cool stuff.
You go to the doctor, they actually talk to you and not the computer.
That's right, exactly. Another emergent trend, extended reality solutions. And so this is some of the stuff that I was telling you that we're doing. We're seeing some really, really cool stuff as well, in terms of some of the new technologies that are coming out all the time. When we first came into this, you know, the hardware wasn't as powerful as we wanted. Now it's incredible high frame rates. The cost of it is so accessible, $1,000 for, you know, a low-end headset, you know, $2,000, cheaper than buying a laptop, buying a headset for some of this work. But the cool stuff is things like the haptics, wearing gloves, which can give you sensation in your hands, suits that you can put on your body that change temperatures for you. So for example, if you're going into, say, a boiler room, the suit can warm up for you if you're working in that environment to give you the sensations as if you're in that real space. There's really, really cool stuff we're doing now. So hand gestures, in the past you had to have sensors in the rooms to monitor what people are doing. Now the headset itself can monitor your hands, it can track your hands, knows what you're pointing at, where you're standing, what you're doing. They can recognize gestures that you do. It's pretty incredible, actually, and because of these advances, it means that all these simulations become so much more real, and the ability of them being more real is that it creates a much stronger muscle memory, or memories that when you're doing this, when you then go and do it for real life. One of the examples, you know, is if you're learning things and you're having the same sensations, you know, that when you're in the actual environment and you have those same sensations, they aren't just a memory, it's a physical trigger for you, something somatic that becomes real. So that's a really cool space to watch, to see where that goes. And we're seeing loads and loads of organisations approaching us here in New Zealand and overseas to do some very cool solutions in this space. What's cool about it, of course, as I said before, safe and sustainable. So, you know, keeps you safe. Don't have to be exposed to actual hazards. It's sustainable. You're not burning through resources, physical resources that are limited. And of course, it's cost efficient. Reduce travel, reduce downtime. You can basically send your headset or your kits anywhere around the world and do this kind of training from any location, whether it's on a ship, whether it's on land, or whether you're on a plane, you can keep training. Quick tech sector overview. Just some numbers, metrics are always interesting. These metrics are from 2023, sorry, I haven't got the 24 ones. I'm sure they'll be coming through soon, but they're reported from the Technology Investment Network. So here in the Waikato of revenue, it's $1.3 billion for our industry. 11.2% annual growth. I think annual growth for New Zealand last year was a bit lower. It was about 7 or 8%, 7 point something% for the country. And so we're still growing, you know, in the face of recessions. I mean, tech is is the second largest exporter from the country behind agriculture. And what's exciting about it, it's also, I guess, in a lot of ways, it's a weightless exporter. So it means that we aren't using natural resources, or we're not pulling everything out of the country. We're literally using people's brains and capabilities and teams to build cool things and build solutions that we can send overseas. And if you look at the market share, we've still got room for growth. You know, the Waikato, and obviously I don't have Waipa specific, but Waikato specifically, we've got 7.6% of New Zealand's market share of as of 2023 for that part of the economy. So touching on economic development, so sort of wrapping things up a little bit here as well. There are things that are happening, and as I showed you at the start, you know, things like NZTE, where they funded the Digital Industry Forum, where people like Jeremy and I met and then decided to create a company together. You know, providing, I guess, this connection and interaction is really, really important. And do I see it as a role of local government? Not necessarily, but is it helpful? Well, absolutely it is. And, you know, as a local government, should we be looking at how we stimulate economic development in our regions? Well, absolutely we should be. So this is why I'm just mentioning these two slides in particular. So I'm one of the founding trustees of the Cultivate Trust. One of the brands of Cultivate Trust is Tech in the Tron. Tron's used loosely. Basically, it's promoting the region's capability in all sorts of spaces. So regularly there are people who are in the industry who are interviewed. They talk about why they love living in Tamahere or Cambridge or Raglan, and they're showcased online through social media. So it's an attraction idea, and also accelerates the whole idea that as a region, we're the place you want to be. There's innovation happening here. There's some really great companies and there's cool things happening from our region. What's really, really cool about Tech in the Tron is the cut through that it's had. So I know quite a few people who have actually stumbled across Tech in the Tron as part of the promotion of the region. I know someone who has moved to Cambridge from London. I'm really excited to be here, quite influential in the region, a lot of experience. And so those are some real cool wins that you can sort of tick off and say, yeah, as a trust, what a fantastic thing we've done, that we've attracted people to our region to work in this technology field. What's really cool about that is that with Tech in the Tron, of course, the people you attract are often people who are from overseas, not just inter-region. So because of that, they then bring all the international connections with them as well, which gives us a springboard back overseas into the US, into UK, into Asia. You know, and those are the connections. You know, the best way to go into another country when you're exporting, spoken like an exporter, is by knowing people who are on the ground. Who are those beachheads? Who are the movers and shakers in those communities? And often the expats who are here in New Zealand who have been attracted to our region are the ones who know who you should reach out to in those places. Good people know good people. There we go. So I don't know whether you've heard of the Waipa Tech meetup at all. If you have, I'm pretty glad that you would have. I'm here just to, I guess, shine a light on it again because of how exciting it really is. You know, it's pretty cool, you know, between Kate from Soda, Joy here from Waipa herself, and Grant from Rocket Spark over in Cambridge, had an amazing vision. It's incredible the number of people who go to that now. It's a really, and these are grants put on the right-hand side, it's a really tangible way to support the rapidly expanding tech sector in the Waipa community. It links back to you're as good as the people you're surrounded with. You're as good as the community that you exist in. And there's nothing like helping, you know, they say a rising tide lifts all waka, you know, and I kind of think this is one of the things that as local government we can support, we can tautoko and get behind and say, actually, let's, you know, it's small, you know, in terms of the things that we can do, but it's some of these parts, it actually becomes a really big whole when it comes to economic development. And there's things that we do that we might not realise the benefit immediately, but you look back when you do a retrospective and you go, oh, wow, those were some pivotal milestones that got us to where we are. And I'd love to see many more companies here from the Waipa, from the Waikato, actually achieving and doing things. I mean, there are so many opportunities with the capabilities here, with the med school locally, with the University of Waikato, with Wintech, all sorts of environments for people to be brought into the industry. But also there's some really cool places around the Waikato and especially around the Waipa as well that can inspire people for a great place to live and innovate and ideate. And it's really, really cool, you know, like this is the one that was just last week, you know, from tractors to tech. And this is stuff that, it's kind of gritty, and that's the kind of fun thing about it. Andre from AgTech NZ was speaking on what it was like, bringing sort of ag tech onto farm. And these are the things that people can go, oh, that's really interesting. I've been thinking about something similar to that. I wonder if I could use some AI, or if I could use some computer vision, or this robotic stuff that we've been playing with, and so it's about just having ideas flowing and I guess getting excited and setting visions. So here's my challenge to you, actually, and I never leave without setting a challenge for someone, because otherwise it's all very staid. I think what you can do as a council is increase the chances of chances. Some of you may have heard me say this before, and it's one of my mantras, is that, sure, you can't necessarily do something, but as a governor, you have a lot of capability to create opportunities and create chances for chances. And, like Steve Tritt, didn't create Company X, but he did create the Digital Industry Forum, and he created that chance for a chance. Support the tech sector. What does that mean? What does that look like? Well, it can be anything. It could be running events. It could be talking about it. It could be excited discussions with your neighbours saying, isn't it amazing the things that are happening here in the Waikato? I mean, Rocket Spark's a great local business, in terms of a website creator. I mean, they are the Squarespace or the Wix of New Zealand, doing amazing things. Incredible. And what I love about it is a number of designers that they support throughout New Zealand with their tooling. You've got organisations based in Cambridge too, like Remu Hosting, does amazing things globally with global customers. A lot of people don't know who they are, but Peter Bright and his team do amazing things as well. So support that tech sector. And finally, curate opportunities. And I guess that's the role of us all in the tech sector, but also for those who are, I guess, funding these opportunities, is make sure that you have an opportunity to support a series of events, or sponsor a morning tea for somewhere, or as a elected member, turn up to an opening or to a launch or something, or visit a business in your sort of area of influence, because those are the opportunities that become success. And, and we want success. And how do we grow our country? Through success. Thanks.
What an inspiring session. Yeah. Interestingly, Steve Tritt was our economic development advisor here at council before Joy. So it's interesting that there is this resonating theme, and obviously Dawn's involvement in the earlier work. So we're not allergic to taking those risks in that innovation space or that tech space. So really, yeah, thank you for that. Questions for David? Roger, and then Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. An interesting point that you made, that perhaps we around the table don't have original thought, and that I'm going to leave that one there. But the application of AI is, as we go forward, is going to be really interesting. And you mentioned the fact of the university getting involved. And of course, one of the fundamentals of university education is the development of research skills, and then applying those research skills in their future application and developing new ideas. Is there not a chance that in AI being incorporated within the educational establishment for the replacing the individual's research in gathering of information, that you're actually going to fundamentally change one of those outputs of the education system?
I guess if we look at the whole idea of perhaps a doctor of philosophy, the idea is to create novel research or new insight. And what a great thing if we've got AI also doing PhDs. I mean, that's kind of cool. It doesn't stop humans still doing their PhDs. If you also have all these agents or all these AI instances doing PhDs as well, what a great place it will be in terms of the amount of knowledge or the insights that we may gain. Incredible, and it's scalable. You can say, right, let's have another 5 PhD students tomorrow and spin up some AIs doing PhD theses.
But then my understanding is that if you had an AI undertaking a PhD, they would do it in one day instead of 3 or 4 years because of the speed of it. So the application of funding into achieving that new knowledge would probably emphasize AI doing it rather than human doing it.
You know, it's an arms race, isn't it? You know, who's going to win, the machines or the humans? And I guess that's something that we can postulate, you know, do we create an AI that's so great that actually us trying to pursue knowledge becomes moot? Maybe, maybe not. You know, I've got plenty of people on my team who'd argue, gosh, we'll never have general intelligence. We'll always have applied AI or AI that augments our capabilities. So I don't know, but it's interesting to watch. And I guess that's why it's emergent. Yeah.
No more questions.
Yeah. That's pretty deep and philosophical there, Roger. Mike.
Yeah, hi, thanks for the Mia. Yeah, thank you, David, for that presentation. Yeah, I was actually I was at that Waipara Tech meetup last week, I think it was, or the week before, and listened to Andre. And just I had a quick talk to him afterwards, and you know, not so much about how his business sort of started off and how he got there, but I talked to him about, I guess, the China aspect and the China influence. And I guess it sort of fits into that responding quickly stuff and their use of AI and I guess use of tech. An example given to me by a car person around there who's got car yards, he said he's got into Chinese cars because if you go to Mercedes factory, it takes 7 years from concept to actually arriving at a car yard, and the Chinese are doing it in 2. And he said they had Americans there and they were just like, freaking out, you know, how can these guys do this? So that responding quickly and using tech and using AI is something, like I say, if we don't keep up with it, if we don't, the risk is not to not use it. The risk is not using it. Is not using it is quite clear. Yeah, so it is at the forefront of the new revolution, isn't it?
Hence the reason why I say it's an arms race, and not necessarily country versus country, but even business versus business. You know, if another organisation uses AI, for goodness sake, I mean, there's a company in Hamilton who are doing some amazing things with pre-cut plasterboard, you know, and even things like that where plasterboard gets delivered to site where it's all worked out, the cuts and everything else. And literally it's a case of putting it up on your framing versus a team who comes up and gets the truck to drop off the jib on site and you're there cutting it all up. You know, it's things like, you know, it doesn't have to just be AI, technology in general, you know, it's an arms race. If you're not embracing the latest technology, then you're losing cadence perhaps, or you're losing that first mover advantage, and sometimes the winner takes all.
Yeah, and I saw an example at first hand where I thought I'd employ some staff to do something, and one of my staff laughed at me and said, I'll have it done by Smoko. You can save you $1,600. And it was like, holy heck, it really hit home to me that, mate, this is real and it's advantageous and it's going to change things. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, David. Fascinating stuff. I just wanted to explore what might be the threat of AI for employment opportunities. Yeah, so how do you see it playing out, like with certainly young people wanting to get into that entry-level job or something like that, and then whether or not we may be facing, you know, job losses or opportunity loss in sectors that do really embrace AI because you don't need the people numbers anymore? Yeah, have you given any thought to that? I'm sure you have. Yeah, have you got any comments on those things?
You know, Henry Ford said if I gave people what they wanted, I'd give them a faster horse. You know, and the reality is, as much of a cliche as that is as well, the reality is, you know, there's a lot less farriers today than there were a couple of 100 years ago. Are those people out of work? Well, not at all. They've pivoted and done something else. Do we still have farriers today? Absolutely. Are they using better tooling that they had 100 years ago? Absolutely, they are as well. So, you know, I have a few roles where I'm involved in tertiary sectors and advisory boards for polytechnics and universities. And this is a persistent theme and discussion about, well, what is education and what should we be doing in terms of, I guess, market demands for capability or talent. You know, if someone came to me and said, David, I'd love to be a journalist, I'd say, well, It's interesting if you looked at the Waikato Times lately with some of the AI generated articles, you know, but at the same time, there's some great journalists who create some amazing work. You know, there's nothing like a really good features writer. So, you know, if you're actually good at what you can do, perhaps you shouldn't need to be concerned. At the same time, for a low skilled job, well, that's certainly a place where there will be disruption. And certainly with multimodal models, you know, and interactions. But maybe it will just make us more efficient and put people in places which are, I guess, more relevant to their skills.
Great answer. Lou?
Thank you, David. I was really, really interested in what you were just saying. I actually work in the civil defence field, okay, at regional levels as well. And one of the things that really intrigues me is that we could actually set up artificial intelligence to do simulations of specific results from an earthquake or a flood or something, which would give us the ability to be able to prepare and have that resilience that we keep talking about. Okay, it's easy to talk about resilience, but if you could run simulations, you know, of certain things, of a dam breaking or something happening, then you have some ability to be able to react to that and actually have infrastructure in place and prepared. So I honestly think that that's something I'd like to see a little bit more on, and perhaps have a talk to you, to even get you to do a presentation for us at the Regional Council Joint Committee for Civil Defence, because I think the ability to have that information is going to be critical. Thank you.
I might jump in there if I may.
Stephanie, Liz?
Just that I think that's already at play, Lou. There's some companies around the country that are doing all sorts of interesting things in the emergency management space that I'm sure that David's aware of, but we're already there. And having lived through a few of those myself, I think being able to prepare people through artificial, you know, through simulation and through augmented reality, I think there's nothing like putting people in that space to actually understand what that feels like and then go through that human reaction. So I think it's a space we should really explore in the emergency management field. But there's some really innovative stuff happening. I know of one company, for example, in the Bay of Plenty that's leading that out. So it's a great opportunity.
I just know there's a couple of commercial considerations, but happy to talk to you offline later on.
Liz?
Thanks. And I was quite keen to explore, I guess, how AI might play a part in our decision-making going forward. So I was lucky to hear Jared Marr from MPI recently, and my goodness, his presentations is, you know, mind-blowing as well as yours, what the future holds. Really, AI is the answer to our depopulation internationally. It's going to plug a lot of gaps as we move forward. But what was really interesting for me was the desalination opportunities that will be coming up, fresh drinking water that will be made available so easily and so cheaply, $2, I mean, for a litre of water. I mean, that's quite promising. And given the scale of our country, they're not long and skinny, this feels like this is going to be a gigantic opportunity. So how do councils, how do we stay abreast of all of this? It's not easy to find necessarily all of the information about what is coming up in the future. I was really heartened to see that MPI appear to be all over this. But in your mind, how do local district councils keep up with this information that it's just moving so fast, isn't it?
Liz, great question. You know, there's AI, I guess, as a infrastructure, as a fabric, you know, which there's a whole lot of cool stuff. But there's also AI, even the current models, you know, which you can do all sorts of text retrieval and synthesization. That's really cool. Really, it comes down to understanding the model that you have and what it has access to. You know, it's only as good, obviously, as we were saying before, in terms of the data that it has. In terms of looking at trends and doing trend analysis, you know, if you're feeding it that data, you can start to I guess, get some results, but they may not be the kind of results you expect because there's always limitations in some of the models. You know, where we work is we look at certain data sets and we work at seeing whether we can actually build models that are fit for purpose. I know someone who's been working with some AI around governance, particularly board meetings, and it's really, really interesting when you can feed it a whole lot of board papers, and then have it come back with you and tell you what probably it thinks the most important points are that should be discussed and the priority that those points should be ranked in as well. And even doing things like suggesting, of a meeting duration, how much time should be assigned to each of those. So, things like that are even, there's even efficiencies in that governance space, which are really, really interesting. Sorry, that one I was going to name the person, it was all Chatham House in terms of what that discussion was, but it was fascinating, saying one of the comments was at one of the meetings we fed in the whole of the board papers, and ironically, after we had the meeting, we went and reviewed what the AO had recommended, and the way the meeting had actually progressed was based on those points that we thought, that the AI thought were going to be interesting, were the points that were the interesting points and the contentious things that formed most of the discussion. So imagine if you could actually, rather than having it be organic, be, I guess, deliberate and actually talk those things and work through on that, because of course then your cadence of working through something, or your, I guess, velocity will be much higher.
Hey, and just fun fact I did pick up out of his presentation, if we can live another 10 years, there's a possibility we'll live forever. So Roger, there's hope for you. I reckon you'll make it. You'll make 10 years easy. Oh, I wasn't, well, Lou, absolutely.
Don't just pick on.
Yeah, just, it's quite interesting. I mean, that's very real.
Any other questions for David? Look, some absolutely mind-bending stuff in there. Yeah, I mean, I'd kind of like to know, I mean, obviously you're in an area of complete innovation, and how do you deal, I guess, as a company with, I don't like using the word failure, but not quite getting it right the first time, or learning, because I think we have a real challenge as a sector with doing things that don't work and having to, and I hate the word, take learnings. But how do you deal with that? Because we're constantly getting calls for, got to innovate to find efficiencies, to deliver better outcomes, but you don't always get it right. But you learn from those bits, right? And then you eventually get on and get closer to the target that you're after. So yeah, clumsy way of going around. How do you deal with that, not getting it right the first time because you are trying to innovate?
In my humble opinion, New Zealand has a problem with celebrating failure. And I'm not being argumentative or I guess being contrite about this, but the fact is that to achieve anything, generally it's an iterative process. And for anyone to claim that to have success requires some massive big waterfall view and aspiration and you achieve all that is probably deceived, or at least naive at worst. Sorry, naive at best. The interesting thing is that failing fast is probably a really good way to get to a goal. You could do a huge project. You could do $100 million project and fail on that project, and all that capital can be wasted. Or you could start iteratively and spend $1 million, and then spend another $2 million, and then spend $1 million. And milestone it through, in terms of working iteratively, or, the whole idea of agile isn't a bad thing. In fact, anybody who says that they've got a huge big plan and project, and I mean, maybe excluding engineering, but, in terms of these projects that what the end's going to be, by the time you get there, either the world's changed, moved on, or the expectations are different. And so let's do things. And if something fails, or, I guess what is failure, if something doesn't work out as intended, well, that's a shame. At least we've only lost a small amount of money on that. We can now pivot and do something differently. Not to say that we shouldn't plan. Absolutely, we should plan. But in terms of embracing and innovating, it's okay to try something and then say that didn't work and then move on. And, and I guess, and it's ironic, in a country where supposedly tall poppy is one of our biggest problems, we like to break people down. We're also a country where we seem to want to pile on failure where it doesn't work. So it's like we've got the worst of both worlds. Wouldn't it be great if we were a country which celebrated high achievers and growth and wins, but at the same time also celebrated people who actually took risks and failed?
Remove the fear of failure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great observation. I mean, I heard some of my son's rugby coaches saying the other day that you either have a win or a learning game. There's no loss, So it's that kind of, it's a great mentality to try and shift our mindset and thinking towards.
Not saying that it's easy,
No, crikey, no.
but certainly it's a place we could aspire to.
Yeah,
And,
Yeah.
you know, I check myself all the time. Oh, that's a shame. Actually, no, well done. That was a good attempt. Hopefully next time you do better.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Great observations. Right, any other questions for David before we wind this session up?
Really interesting.
Yeah, fascinating stuff, fascinating stuff. And thank you for coming and sharing your journey and your insights, your observations on the emerging trends. Very much a live issue in terms of how the technology that you see, that you develop, that you're immersed in can actually be incorporated into our sector to create, I guess, those efficiencies, better outcomes, and a whole lot of wins all round. So thank you for sharing your gems of brilliance with us. So I'm going to invite you to stay if you want, but I need to, and it sounds very clinical, but I think there's a recommendation to receive your presentation today. So I'm happy to move that from the chair, and Dale Marie will second it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. I might just take a short adjournment for a few minutes and we will come back to the next item. right. There we go, Zoe. Thank you. Thank you for your forbearance there. Well, kia ora, welcome back. On to our next item in our agenda today is the Lake Ngā Roto Reserve Management Plan for final adoption. Today in the whare with us, not only do we have our team, in-house team that have worked on this, but we also have representatives from Ngāti Hikairo, Susan Turner and Liz Seymour. Wonderful to have you both here with us. Kia ora, and of course Ngāti Apakura Chairperson Oren Kapua. So lovely to see you all. Welcome, tēnā koe. And I believe I'm passing over to you, Liz, is that what I'm doing here? Or no, Aidan? Okay, Aidan, the floor is yours. Wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. So it's a real privilege to be in a position today to present this new management plan for Lake Ngā Roto Recreation Reserve. As councillors will know, this is a project that's been a long time in the making. So staff worked in partnership with mana whenua, Ngāti Apakura and Ngāti Hikairo from the early stages of project planning through to the stage that we're at. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the contribution that Liz and Oren have made in this project. It's been a really valuable and important process, and the positive and proactive kind of relationship that we've had throughout has I think shown in the document that we have today. So development of this plan formally kicked off in June 2024 with the publication of the notice of intention to undertake the review. Feedback received to that public notice, together with engagement with mana whenua partners and key stakeholders, including leasees, adjoining landowners and members of the Peat Lakes Accord, led to the preparation of the draft RMP. In February of this year, that draft RMP was released for public submission, and as the council will recall, a hearing was held on that in June. The final version of the RMP presented to the council today for adoption has been amended to incorporate changes that the committee resolved to make in response to submissions as discussed in that June meeting, and additional changes made have been made, which include inserting wording to better reflect the role of Te Ture Whaimana and the Waikato River Authority in addressing water quality in the catchment, inserting a mihi and a mirror forward as an introduction to the plan, updating details of the Appendix 1 of the RMP, which captures the process and that has been followed in its development, and minor typographical changes to ensure correctness and accuracy. So that's where we are today. I'd like to hand over to Liz now, if you'd like.
Yeah, George. Ai tuake ahau e ringo te whakaro tahi o te kaupapa i Whanganui ai a tātou i tēnei rangi. Tūnganga ngā ki te tawhatu o te rangi. He nganga riri, he nganga taua, ue uruku, ue urangi. Te tiri e te nganga arura, ka hati nei he toki nui he toi wāhi a ka whana atu ahau. Ka hahau ki te takapu o te rangi e tū nei, ka mate, ka hinga. Ka whakatakata hau ki tū, ka whakatakata hau ki te tonga, kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai. Kia awa ki te rā, he tio, he keo, he hauhunga, ti hei mauri ora. Tūhitahi ki te atua I runga rawa koe I te timatanga me te whakamutunga o ngā mea katoa tēnā koe. Kia rātou kua whitu rangi tia, oki oki ai, oki oki ai, oki oki ai. Tūhei te potatau te whirowhiro te tuawhitu ki te rangi, tēnā koe. Rihi atu, ki tō tātou koeni Māori te areki nui koeni ngā wai hono I te poi rungu e tōna ahurewa tapa, ahurewa tapu rere hau pai marire. Huri kia tātou e noho mai nei I te karanga o te rā ki te whakaaitia, te mahi nui, te kaupapa I whāriki hia, I rungu I te tepu I tēnei rangi. Mihi atu ki a koe I te kāhika, mihi atu ki a koe hoki I te tū whakarai o te kaunihera nei o Waipa, me ngā mema o te kaunihera katoa. Ka tōku nei whakaro, ko te timatanga o tēnei kaupapa nui I Wainganui a tātou ko koutou, e tukuna atu te rākau ki a mātou, ki a Aidan, ki te whai, te mahi pai, ki te whakakohi I ngā whakaro nui I wanga I te hāpori. Ngāti Kairo, Ngāti Apakura, me ngeti atu o tēnei hapori nui Wainganui tātou. Tōku nei whakaro e pai ana te mahi, e pai ana te whakamutunga o te mahi I tēnei rā. So just switching over into English, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. I'm an ex-CEO, so I have a big view that tone starts from the top. And in terms of this process, tone starting from the top, the Mayor, the CEO, the processes that we've worked through has been absolutely outstanding. So again, it starts from the top, so credit the councillors, the Mayor and the CEO, and obviously the people that we work with. Aidan did an absolutely fantastic job in terms of the process. The external consultant, Anna, also did an outstanding job. They were very respectful and very knowledgeable in terms of how to engage and interact. And I think that's it's been borne out in the way that the process is worked through. We've had a very good relationship. We've been very respectful of one another, fully understood the issues. It's actually one of the real beauties is allowed Apakura and He Kairo to come together to work on something that means a lot to us. As you know, Ngāroto is a taonga. It's where our tupuna grew up. There's a lot of history there. And now also there's one of the things that was really quite noticeable in the process is that the whole community is really treats Ngāroto as a taonga because it has so many attributes to it in terms of community engagement. We've got the sailing club out there who are everyone's supportive of looking after the lake and looking after the reserve. So it was just a great process to be involved with. And I think the outcome that we've got is fantastic. So both He Kairo and Apakura are really supportive of it. And I know you know this, one of the real learnings I think is how we're in an unfortunate position, and it's nothing to do with the council per se, but just the water quality of the lakes. It's affecting everybody. So I think it's just a challenge to all of us as we go forward. Just how do we think about that and how do we address that? But it's not for today, but it's just a sort of what's a big issue, but not an issue for today. So yeah, again, thank you very much for the opportunity. Really enjoyed it, and we fully support the outcome. And just again, big ups to this guy over here. And I know Hannah had a lot to do with it as well, but she was having babies, which is all good. But yeah, and so yeah, just thank you for being able to participate in the process, fully engage, and as I say, we've got a really good outcome. So thank you. Thank you.
Kia ora, Lise. Yeah. Oren, did you want to say a few words? Or you're just going to sit there and support? I know you weren't going to, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Apakura have to have a voice in this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. And I just wanted to echo the kōrero that friend here has put forward to you this afternoon. Yeah, we really do appreciate the opportunity to be able to work on the significant taonga for us all, and certainly feel like we've landed it in a good place, and really do appreciate the staff being involved and also working with Anna and all of the toing and froing that we had to navigate, but really pleased with the outcome, and looking forward to some of the recommendations that we've got outlined there, and looking forward to creating those, working through with some more bits of work around the roto itself. And this is a great pathway forward, and certainly hopeful that Waikato Regional Council will be able to see the bits of mahi that we've got here in terms of water quality, and take that as an opportunity to do some projects as well. So yeah.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you, Oren. Liz.
Thank you. This has been an interesting journey, hasn't it, Claire? So Claire and I have been on this journey for some time, and I'm really pleased to obviously be here in this space where all of the key stakeholders I feel have had excellent consultation over the past year. When we went to the open day, neighbour upon neighbour came through and had the opportunity to voice their opinion, voice their concerns. So look, my challenge now for everyone around this table, because I'm not going to be here post October, is we've just got to keep the work going, keep the mahi going, because I've been, obviously I live very close to Lake Noroto. I have pushed a pram around that walkway many times, and we don't want to see it go backwards, we want to see it go forwards. And there's a real opportunity now with this plan just to really keep pushing forward and working with all those other agencies, because it is honestly just such a gem. So I'm looking forward to seeing the great work we can do going forward. I'm happy to move the recommendation as well.
Thank you, Liz. Any other questions or observations people wish to make here? Claire?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. Again, I think congratulations to everyone involved. I'm really rapt to see this document in its final form, and all of the, I suppose, the contributions that have been made over the time that it's been developed has been really outstanding, I think. And I just want to say that, just like Liz, really looking forward to seeing how it plays out and is put into action in the future. Yeah, it is a really a critical, as you say, like the jewel really in this area for outdoor recreation and the use that it gets in so many different forms. And it also recognises the cultural and spiritual significance to Mana Whenua as well. So really pleased about that. I did have just one tiny question on some of the changes that came through, because I note on page 48, Aidan, which is sort of in the appendices, I think, clause 4.20, the use of drones and that's actually been deleted. So does that mean that drones are going to be able to be used without any restrictions in the reserve area?
Thank you through you, Chair. The submission of the Porongio Ward Committee raised some concern with that proposed clause, and on reflection, it was decided that Council's existing drone policy was sufficient to cover any issues there.
Oh, okay. That's a really great explanation. Yeah. Okay, so just on that then, I'm happy to second the recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Very fitting for the two of you. Any other questions in respect of the paper and the plan before us? No? Brilliant. Look, this has been a journey. And I guess first I want to acknowledge your kind words, Lise, and thank you for your trust in our relationship. Sometimes we haven't always got it right, but the more times we do get it right, the stronger our relationship will be. This calls for collective action too. This does not rest with any single person or single group, and such is the nature of trying to arrest environmental degradation. So I guess the responsibility rests with us now and to collectively act, and this sort of puts a stake in the ground or a pole and says, right, this is the way forward for us now. It is aspirational, I get that in part, but we also have to realise, not to use an overused phrase, hopefully, but you can't really boil the ocean. It doesn't pay to boil the ocean. One foot in front of the other, have a really clear plan and knock those things off. And I guess coming from outside of my mayoral local government world, looking to the commitment and investment, I guess, that I have undertaken with my family and our farm, it just resonates. It sort of sings to me, and you can't help but feel that there is purposeful action here, I guess. So look, thank you. We have a mover, we have a seconder, and I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Great stuff. Well done. Congratulations. And well done, team. It has been a journey. Your contributions are much appreciated. Del Marie.
He mihi nui kia kōrua. ki o koutou iwi I tai mai nei I te whakanui tā tātou taonga a ngā roto. O mātou partners, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora. Thank you. And now we are just going to adjourn for lunch and we shall return at say 1:10. Righty ho. Well, welcome back, everybody. Just opening my agenda, but look, in my haste to hear the wisdom and gems of David Hallett, I forgot to undertake the confirmation of our minutes from our previous meeting. So we have that obviously in our agenda, at which, and I can't find the page because my thing is open. Okay, so Roger will move that. Claire's already said she'd second it. I'll put the motion then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Good stuff. There you go. Claire, I did as I was told, finally. Quiet in the cheap seats. Right. Now, as we did have a slight change to the order, this first item in respect of our agenda post lunch is going to be the Local Government System Improvements Amendment Bill draft submission for approval. And oh, it always makes my heart sink. But I shall hand the speaking baton over to Kirsty in the first instance. And obviously it's Melissa's report. Nice to see the three of you. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I would just like to begin by providing a little bit of context. So apologies for those online. We had a emergency siren, so we were just waiting for that to finish, and our thoughts are with those who may be requiring the support of our emergency services. This item is directly related to the next one on the agenda, being the presentation of the Ahuaki Summary Implementation Plan. The purpose of this report before you that Melissa and Diana will speak to is to provide you with a draft submission on central government's local government system improvement amendment bill. And there are some key components of that that will be of interest to you. One of those being the revised purpose of local government and the removal of the four well-beings and a change back to what was provided by the national government, what we had in place under the national government pre-2019 changes. So with that changed purpose, there is a focus instead on cost-effective provision of good quality local infrastructure and public services and the performance of regulatory functions. There has been some discussion as to what that means in terms of the focus for local government and what changes we might expect. Linked to that purpose is a section which provides definition for core services. The importance of those provisions is that they need to be considered together, and the functions that councils undertake are not limited to those that are defined as core services, as long as they are consistent with the purpose of local government. I think it's fair to say that this council has spent significant time, resource, and has incurred costs in developing Ahuaki as our district's response to ensuring that we successfully deliver on our vision to build connected communities and that we provide for community well-being. People and community are at the very heart of Ahuaki. We've engaged with mana whenua and iwi partners, stakeholders and the wider community to hear from them their aspirations for our future waipa. I think it's fair to say that we've done various check-ins with elected members to ensure that we hold true to what we set out to achieve in developing Ahuaki, and I'll talk more to this in the next item, but just for you to, I guess, have in your minds as you consider this item, the work that has been undertaken and the objectives in developing that. ensuring that Waipa is well positioned for our ever-changing external environment. And we're seeing that now at the fore, more so than at any other point in time since the reforms in 1989. Probably leave it there and hand over to the team, and happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Kirsty, for that intro. So as Kirsty's already sort of touched on, the bill's primary purpose or objective is to really focus on reducing financial pressures on councils and obviously therefore our communities. I won't go into too much more detail around the proposed amendments to the purpose of local government and core services. I think Kirsty's wrapped that up quite nicely, but I guess just to provide a little bit more context around what is in our submission as it's currently drafted. So the submission does support the intent of the bill, that being to ease cost pressures on council and its communities. However, it disagrees that the amendments proposed will achieve this, and instead the submission sort of talks about seeking additional funding and financing tools. An example of that being the return of GST on new builds to councils. Obviously, growth is quite a substantive issue for us being a Tier 1 growth council, and so we did see that that would be one way to alleviate some of the financial pressures. Another part of the submission, and obviously the bill, looks at measuring and publicising councils' performance. So the bill looks to benchmark councils through a standardised set of performance metrics. The submission supports this as a concept. However, as it's currently drafted, it doesn't take into consideration any sort of the unique factors that make up each individual area. So therefore, when you look at these, as a standardized set of metrics, it doesn't really provide for unique circumstances, but also communities' priorities and how that's kind of reflected in against those metrics. Another thing talked about in the submission, and of course the bill is, just the submission, is the lack of enforcement tools. So when this bill was first mooted, there was an acknowledgement that bylaws don't really have kind of any substantive enforcement powers, and therefore through the submission we are requesting the addition of the ability to issue infringement notices for breaches of bylaws. This is consistent with the Water Services Bill, which is in its final stages going through Parliament now, which does provide additional enforcement powers relating to water bylaws. So there will be consistency there. There are also a couple of sort of minor amendments as included in the bill, which seeks to support cost efficiencies for councils. And these are things such as repealing the definition of public notices, which require councils to publish public notices, which in papers, which can obviously add to costs. Removing the requirement to review the cost effectiveness of delivery of services to the community. So this is what we commonly refer to as Section 17A reviews. And then lastly, allowing for the second term of the chief executive to be extended from 2 years to 5 years without any need to advertise externally. So that's kind of the summary of the submission. I guess the only other thing to note is submissions do actually close at midnight tonight. So any feedback does need to be provided to this forum to enable us to give effect to that. Fantastic. Look, great summary of the paper. Thank you, Melissa, for stepping us through that and for your intro. Kirsty certainly set the scene for discussion on this submission. I will open the floor then for discussion. Mike.
Right, thank you through the chair. I've got a few things here, so I'll just make my way through it slowly. Hey, thanks for the report, and I understand the time pressures on it also. So one of the things, rather than maybe, was just looking at this, opposing the performance measures, and I understand the rationale of the differences. And I'm thinking back to my school here and well, schools and how they try to nationally reference stuff, and you could argue the same, hey, every school's sort of different. But the tier one thing you've brought up, and is it something to consider that if they are going to sort of have performance measures for councils, the 78 of them, that maybe we could suggest that they stand aside tier one councils as a separate performance measure. That's sort of just an idea. The next thing is the bill includes, and I'm linking this to Ahuaki, is what core services and infrastructure, so public transport, waste management, civil defence, emergency service management, which people would sort of see as core stuff. But then also in that core area is libraries, museums, reserves, and other recreational facilities. So I don't actually see a big difference between our spatial plan, which is coming up, Ahuaki, and really the scope here of what the government are allowing us to do. And that, I guess, is reinforced by a good piece of data that was in there, a line graph, which sort of showed between, I think it was 2009 and 23, that the community spend of our total budget rested between 16 and 23%. There was a little spike in that sort of thing, but actually reasonably consistent. It shows that no matter almost what government's in and what they put in, councils, well, this one is pretty much staying with business as normal. So that reinforced that too. The chief executive thing, hey, I'm all about saving money. And hey, because to employ a chief executive or even go through the process costs a whole bunch. So to me, I think what we've done is really strengthen up the performance management around the chief executive in this organisation. And I feel really comfortable with it. I've been part of it too, so I can sort of see it firsthand. And I think we're in good shape to, at the end of a 5-year contract, to make some decisions on whether we go public or not, because we're going to have really good information. So those are my takes for now. So thank you for that. Very good.
Kia ora, Mike. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments or questions in here? Yep, Roger.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. My green light's on, so I've remembered this time. Now, I recognise that around this council table, and there's a big sign out the door saying we've got to be careful not to campaign. So that's a little bit of a challenge, but I will try very hard not to in this instance. But the main challenge that I've got is the fact that we're being asked to make a decision on this submission on the day that the submission is closing. So I don't think we're being given due time to really consider that in terms of what our own views are or what the views are of our electorate. So I think it's rushed and it's premature. But as I've said, it's because it's on the day of closing. I think there is a degree of ideological positioning in this submission in terms of talking about back to basics or the 4 well-beings, and that is undoubtedly a political argument that is going to take place in the wider sphere of things. And I think if we were to put in a submission, then really that submission should should not be on a political stance, but should be pragmatic and restrained and stick to the aspects of traditional resourcing and practical enforcement tools. I think undoubtedly there is a timing issue, that we have an election coming up, and in fact those that are elected and we around the table could change pretty much close to 100%, with the exception of my friend that's sitting on my left. So I think, we are unwise for us to make a political statement in this regard, because it may not reflect what the new either mayor or council is around the table. So I think if we were to put in a submission, I would prefer to see the references to those political aspects withdrawn. There's some very good things in the submission, but those aspects should be deleted from the submission as they do have quite a political bias to them.
Thank you, Roger. Dale Marie, kia ora.
Tēnā koe te tūru. I'm just going to talk on the wellbeing stuff and why I think a lot of this should just stay as it is. And I agree with Councillor Pettit. When we talk about wellbeing pillars, that's community-centric decision-making. Social, economic, environmental and cultural help councils reflect the diverse needs and aspirations of their communities, particularly Māori, Pasifika and vulnerable groups. Strategic alignment with local initiatives, resilience, long-term planning, data-driven and participatory governance is big, and the risks of removing those wellbeing pillars actually goes against what we've just gone and approved with ahuake and things like that. Without well-being in legislation, councils lose a formal basis to advocate for social, cultural and environmental priorities. This could limit funding opportunities and weaken accountability. Marginalisation of vulnerable communities, we don't need that anymore. Reduce local autonomy, public perception and trust. If we're not caring about our communities and their well-being, I don't think we're doing justice at this table. That's just my opinion. And I come from a particular, I bring a voice to this table that hasn't been represented before this triennium. And I don't think their well-being has been looked after well. So I'm keen to keep the well-being in here because I think this is a great submission, and the submission has unfortunately come at this stage because of all the other hard, I'm trying not to say something that I would say outside, but we have been stuck between so much of getting the long-term plan over and everything else that's been flown at us. I can see why this submission is at its stage now, and I want to commend the people who have put it together. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you, Dale Marie. Claire.
Thank you. And I want to just say how well Dale Marie's actually expressed some of the concerns. I'm not going to go as far as she has, though. I'm actually going to try and say, all right, the wellbeings that we've been given the signal that they should go out. So what's going to stay that's actually going to still allow us to do the job that we think we need to do for our community. That's all. And so I noted it was great to have the other examples of submissions like Taituara and LGNZ's. And I picked up that in LGNZ's one, I'm looking on page 243 of our agenda, they highlight that if you just have those really, I suppose, hard definitions of core services and activities that we should be doing, that it actually opens us up to legal challenge, that we are going to have to, I suppose, live with the potential of us having to defend some of the decisions that we make because people in our community might decide, hey, that's not a core service. You should not have ever done that. It was unlawful. And so this is sort of discussed quite at length at the LGNZ submission. And I thought, well, it's crazy for us to agree to change the purpose of local government and open us up to all this litigious action and things. It's just going to, eat up staff time and ratepayer money, really. And so LGNZ have got a response to that, which I quite liked, and that is to change the wording of the purpose of local government, and that's also on page 243. Yeah, and so they are suggesting that the purpose of local government is A, to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities, B, to provide local infrastructure, local public services, and a range of other activities and services. So that was their key point. Other activities and services that meet the current and future needs of communities in a way that is efficient and cost effective. C, to perform regulatory functions, and D, to support local economic growth and development for the benefit of communities, including by fulfilling the purpose set out in paragraph B, which is about the local infrastructure thing. So I'm putting forward today that I think would be a good idea for us to explicitly support that in our submission, if you can live with the taking out of the 4 wellbeings. So that's the question. If you want to stick to say, no, we've got to keep the 4 wellbeings in there, it wouldn't be appropriate to include this as well. But I think that the argument said earlier that because of the nature of the work that we do, it's pretty closely aligned with the 4 wellbeing, so there's not that much risk. Yeah, so that's what I'm advocating, that we include that definition from LGNZ's submission.
Thanks, Claire. Refreshing to get an alternative suggestion as a way forward. Yeah, thank you. On that point, was there a reason why staff felt that that wasn't a part of our submission that we would support, rather than we went for the full retention of the 4 wellbeings as opposed to supporting the suggestion there by LGNZ, or are we supporting that as a plan B?
I mean, we haven't talked about what we support in a plan B scenario, but I think the time of when the LGNZ submission came through was actually after writing our one, and I think sort of supporting Kirsty's opening statements, we felt that it's really important for the purpose of local government to be read in conjunction with the core services as well, and so that was kind of our starting position.
Does that make sense to you, Claire?
Well, what I understand then is that you didn't have the benefit of seeing the detail of the LGNZ submission before you were actually preparing the paper for us. Yeah, that's all. I think it depends on the sentiment around this table, whether or not you feel it's important to have those 4 wellbeings in there or not. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm comfortable with accepting central government's direction, but by making sure that the definition actually protects us from legal action and still gives us enough scope to do what we feel we need to do for our communities.
It's a good alternative, isn't it? Lou.
Sorry, I tend to agree with the fact that we need to have the wellbeings. One of the things that is designated to us as territorial authorities is civil defence. I harp on this all the time. But civil defence actually would request that we look after our population in times of emergency. Simple. That's a well-being. I mean, you know, whether they're flooded out of their homes, what they're doing. We have that responsibility. And I've just done a submission to the government on the new Emergency Management Act, saying exactly those things. But we as territorial authorities are designated as respondents to the Civil Defence Act anyway. So I would suggest that under the auspices of what we operate under, the current 4 wellbeings are an integral part of our operational mode. It's something that we have to have in a way for everybody to actually operate. For example, we cannot disadvantage people culturally. We cannot disadvantage people in other issues, such as, you know, health, welfare. You know, these things are pretty important. So I would agree with what you're saying. And there's no proof, as you say in your article, that rates were improved with the removing of welfare and 3 of the 4 wellbeings, which was done in 2012.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting line graph, isn't it? Mike Reid is a terribly well-respected sort of a person in our sector, comes up with some hard evidence that disproves, if you like, the contention that there is wasteful spending under, or increased spending, should we say, under that governmental framework. Mike, did you?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions for you, but just to respond to, just to really get a feed from Kirsty maybe here or someone. So I guess what you're talking about is trying to mitigate risk moving forward. I mean, the current legislation is there is no problem with this. legally at the moment, but the proposed legislation, so we're sort of crystal balling here a little bit. But the next item is Ahuaki, so they're just intrinsically linked, so we're sort of cross purposes. But picking up on what Claire said here, and what is sort of suggested in there as an option, how would that affect Ahuaki, like tangibly, not just changing words?
So with regard to what is proposed by the government, whilst the full wellbeings are removed, there are references through the Act to interests, and that's used through the bill. Look, you know, there's a focus on growth and on economic growth. The work that we've done through the development of the economic wellbeing strategy, we've discussed with you openly that economic growth, the health of the economy, is dependent on all other parts of our community doing well, whether that's in the social environment, in terms of being able to attract talent and new businesses, new employees. We have to be able to provide quality and affordable housing to accommodate those people coming into our district. People coming into a high growth area, they have expectations around what a sense of place is, around a place that is vibrant, a place that has natural features, that has amenity facilities and amenity values, a place of connection. So removing the well-beings and having a focus on growth and economy, I think you're not going to be able to divorce those other aspects of community well-being. With regard to Ahuaki, we will talk to this in more detail, but I said at the very beginning, we've gone through this very extensive process, our most comprehensive engagement with the community, with people and place at the very heart, a focus on ensuring that Waipa is a place, retains that value and character as a special place to call home, that it is providing for our present and future generations, that if you looked at the theme areas in terms of growth and housing, economy, environment, our public places, all of that is encaptured within Ahuaki. So whether what's proposed in the bill or what's proposed by LGNZ, I think that Ahuaki has a place irrespective of those changes. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Kirsty. We can come back to it, but just while I'm here, I must just ask my 3 questions, because I have got more on it, but it was almost more relevant to the next section we can Ahuaki that we're going to talk about. And my first one just comes back to the GST. Can I get some clarification just around GST back to councils for new builds? Is that GST on the entire price of the new build, GST on the DCs, etc.? Just to get some clarity so the public can understand that. That's what's been suggested, or I think it was half the GST. I heard the LG.
It's half.
Yeah. So is that on the, let's say it costs 500K to build a place, is that the GST on that half, or is there any clarification around that? Just the fees? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Yeah, all right. So that's answered that. The next one is, I want to come back to that tier 1 thing. I just want it brought up whether we disagree or agree in terms of the performance measures, and whether we should suggest that we tier 1 councils set aside and there's different performance measures.
Can I just maybe respond to that, and something for you to think about? So we are a tier 1 council by way of our proximity to Hamilton. Waipa District and Hamilton City Council are very different in terms of the issues that we face, in terms of our challenges and opportunities, in terms of as councils, in terms of the resourcing that we have available to us. So I guess I don't say these are right or wrong, but I just flag that for your awareness, for you to be thinking about that. Even within tier 1 councils, we don't have one size fits all.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm just trying to get any influence that we can rather than have it done to us. We've got no say in this, and it's worse than maybe trying to adapt to what's there. My last one is, and I'd actually like to get some feedback maybe from Dale Marie in particular, but from others. There's a clause there, I think it's clause 40 on page 197. Around the removal, any requirements to consider, this is our recommendation, whether tikanga Māori is relevant skill or knowledge set when appointing members of boards of the CCOs. I'm just wondering whether, it's just an idea, rather than just make it a requirement or get rid of it, which is obviously what the government's sort of saying, we're not worried about it. What we're saying is, yes, we are. It should be a consideration. Whether something in the middle of, there's some good people who are not going to have the skill that could be on boards, but something along the lines of, if you haven't got it, it'll be mandatory that you take professional development to upskill. So therefore, we're actually building the capacity of tikanga Māori knowledge and not sort of almost reducing it. So you can get in there without having it, but if you do, the requirement is you must upskill. Therefore, to me, you're sort of building capacity.
Thanks, Steph's happy to speak to that one.
I take your point, Mike, and what you're trying to say. I guess if we come back to first principles, what we're saying is through both legal, local, moral, and shared aspirations, we've got commitments to being a good partner, right? And we know that our iwi partners, we have a special and unique relationship and commitment with them. And what we're saying is we want to retain the right when we're setting up CCOs to define the skill sets that are required to ensure the best possible governance on those boards. And one of those skill sets, for example, in the Waikato, and the Waikato Waters Done Well is a great example of that, is you're going to need to understand how to operate the waters business in the context of treaty settlements around a vision and strategy for the Waikato River. And all of that entails a very sophisticated treaty settlement process affecting more than 5 iwi. And so you want your board to be able to operate in that environment and execute great governance and know how to navigate both Te Ao Māori and the mainstream governance world, right? And there are plenty of people who ably do that. What we're saying is that council should retain the right to determine what kind of skills matrix they believe is important for the local context for them. And it won't be the same across the country. It's an interesting, and it's a political view, but it's an interesting. What for me counts is, what do we want to maintain as a council in terms of being able to go to market and find the people with the requisite skills we think to execute our business in the best possible way. Now, how we frame that, I think, and the rights we want to preserve for ourselves is what we're trying to say here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, hey, it does. And I'm pleased you brought up, it's not just about our area, it's because it's a national policy statement, effectively. I guess it's just, once again, if it comes back and they just axe the whole thing, trying to put something in front of them where they might go, well, actually, that's somewhere in the middle ground. But I understand what you're saying.
So the interesting conundrum, and I'm sure that Melissa will tell me if I've got this wrong, is that through all of the series of proposed legislative amendments, it's very clear we need to maintain our treaty settlement responsibilities, totally. Right? So how do you maintain your treaty settlement responsibilities on one hand when you're not able to work in a way to develop execute your business in a way that works for you? So they've got to go hand in hand, and that's what I'd be looking for in terms of advice for you as elected members, to say you're committed legally treaty settlements, you need the tools you need to do to be able to execute that well. And that's often not a letter of the law thing. That's in the grey, that's in the relationship, that's in the skills we all need to develop to operate in modern New Zealand. It's a contemporary New Zealand business environment. So how do we operate in that space?
Thanks, Steph. Thanks for that.
So I thought the inner lawyer in me came out and said, go back to what they're trying to get rid of. And this, it's kind of interesting, having read it now, this is about retaining the choice and to exercise localism over how and who we appoint and what we find important when we undertake these appointments. So this is the clause that wanting to get rid of under the section about directors, appointment of directors. When identifying the skills, knowledge and experience required of directors of a council-controlled organisation, the local authority must consider whether knowledge of tikanga Māori may be relevant to the governance of that council-controlled organisation. There's nothing compulsory in there. It's an enabling section that gives us the opportunity to say what is relevant for us, what is important here on the ground. So having gone to that and seen that they're wanting to remove that, I have confidence that what we're proposing in this submission is correct. I don't want to remove the choice that we have to consider whether this is a skill set that may be relevant to the governance of council-controlled organisations into the future.
So just on that, Susan, and the key word there, what you read out is may.
May.
What's in our document is, and I guess that's why I said what I said.
Yeah.
So yeah, may is totally different.
The local authority must consider, so there is a compulsory part there, whether knowledge of tikanga Māori may be relevant to the governance of that council-controlled organisation. So we have to consider it, but then it's our choice as to whether it's relevant for the purposes of that council-controlled organisation in the context of the, our region or the sector that this council-controlled organisation has been created under.
So as a possible way forward, if we make sure that the language in the submission is consistent with the existing clause 57, appointment of directors, if that's where we get to. So we'll just make sure that that language is consistent.
Kirsty?
So just through the chair, we're actually recommending that we support the Taituara submission on this point, and that is on page 231 of Diligent. So it's also the Taituara submission is recommending the addition of the words Te Tiriti and Te Ao Māori is in addition to Tikanga Māori. So it is a more holistic approach. So I guess that is what we're suggesting, is that we take the same stance as the Taituara submission.
And for elected members' understanding, that what that's saying is, so understanding tikanga Māori is how to actually understand the rituals and practice within Te Ao Māori, within the Māori world. But when you add Te Tiriti and Te Ao Māori, what you're saying is are these skills you need to understand the treaty settlements, and do you need Te Ao Māori is the world of Māori. So how to navigate being in the Māori world, which is often more important or equally as important as actually understanding the actually tikanga practice, which is actually quite specialised and unique. So what the Taituara submission is doing is saying, look, you just need to be aware of the world that you're operating in to be able to give effect as an effective governor or director. So that's what the Taituara submission is trying to propose.
And just to be clear, it's around the wording through that submission too is around requiring councils to consider, the intent is for them to consider whether knowledge of these things is relevant. It's not mandatorily requiring it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this is probably a question following on from Claire's introduction of the legality and possible future breaking of the law. If this government legislation were to go through, and therefore the four well-beings were removed from local authority consent, in our existing documentation and we're looking to take forward, would we be in breach of that legislation from the wording that we're actually using?
Can I please ask for clarification? Councillor Gordon, you've referred to the documentation we're looking to take forward. What documentation specifically are you referring to?
Well, Ahuaki and Anchor Institution. Anchor Institution very clearly states that it's based upon the four well-beings, and Ahuaki gives anchor institutions as one of the core documents that falls within the scope of Ahuaki?
So through the chair, I'm not in a position to provide legal advice, but my, I guess my personal view is that progressing with the implementation of Ahuaki would not be in breach of the legislation if it was enacted in accordance with the bill, and that it would still be able to be aligned to the purpose of local government as outlined in the bill and the core services. If you think about those things that are included in Ahuaki, this is about driving all of our future planning, our service provision, our project and service delivery, prioritisation and investment. So there's still a linkage into long-term plans. There's still a linkage into the provision of infrastructure services. There's still a linkage into our regulatory services in terms of our district planning provisions and the zoning of land and responding and planning for growth. So my personal view, not a legal view, is that we would not be in breach.
Can I just add further to that, Roger? I think just to augment what Kirsty has said is that I think there's a very difficult environment for you to be making these decisions in, not least of all because I think some of these are connected to other pieces of reform that are currently underway. We're waiting for the next iteration of Resource Management Act reform to come through. That's going to include a Natural Built Environment Act. We're going to see greater need for spatial planning. There's a whole range of other reforms that actually mean that spatial planning is going to become more important for us to guide the Going for Growth agenda. And I'm not going to go anywhere near a legal opinion, but I would like to reflect to you that at the recent Building Nations Conference, which was the Infrastructure New Zealand conference, one of the most fundamental takeaways that I took away from that conference was the ministers saying that to unlock the infrastructure requirements in New Zealand, we need to do that in partnership with the private, public sectors, iwi, and different financing arrangements. And so that means that talks to the heart of partnering with key people, with key partners in your community, which is the fundamental perception behind the anchor institutions framework. And there is the same government reiterating that need to partner to be able to deliver what we need to on their Going for Growth agenda. So
that's fine. Look, those are two personal opinions. Can we get a legal opinion on this matter?
Well, I can only sort of advise on the spot in a very high level way, but the bill and the amendments is still very high level. It's sort of saying the new purpose, but it's not saying how. And as Kirsty elaborated, there are many ways that we could achieve that, and Ahuaki could be the way that we go about, and one of the tools that we achieve those requirements. So the overall act, even with these changes, provides it provides a sort of direction, but it isn't prescriptive about the how. And so that will be open to councils make decisions to implement such measures like Ahuaki.
I accept that there are a lot of very meaningful and worthwhile statements within that document. But if the government in its legislation states that we have to remove the wording of the four well-beings, would we be in breach of that legislation if we did not remove the wording of those four well-beings?
Through the chair, I think we'll have to wait and see what the final bill says, and then there will need to be sort of an assessment done in terms of whether there's any particular adjustments. But overall, the overall principle of having a document like Ahuaki from the initial assessment of the bill so far doesn't appear to be in breach of that. So there might need to be an assessment if the bill goes into force and what form it is, but that would be an assessment that would need to be done after the fact if wording adjustments were needed or not.
You don't know. Did you want to add to that?
No, I would have said exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have said exactly the same thing. We work on the information we've got to the best of our knowledge. If it's passed, we would do as we always would do. We would stop and review and just make sure that we are, compliant and consistent. So thanks, Diana.
Monty.
Okay, so look, there are two live issues here, and I'm going to comment on both of them: the four well-beings and this benchmarking issue. So on the well-beings, my view is that our sector's woes are not the result of the full well-beings being in our current iteration of the legislation. Our woes are due to a whole lot of other factors, and it's kind of, it's getting bandied around a little bit that councils are doing all this stuff, pursuing the full well-beings, and my observation is it's just simply not true. So sort of stepping back and thinking about it, I don't really want to see local government depowered any further than it is. It's already a pretty constrained environment. We're pretty constrained in what we can do. And I actually think for our local communities, the world is probably a better place with us having consideration of the full well-beings than without. So I support the full well-beings being maintained in the legislation that we operate under. Okay, so I'm with the draft submission on that one. However, I'm not when it comes to the benchmarking. I love benchmarking. I personally think we should embrace it. And I've been trying to do this myself. I've been reading Waikato District Council annual report, and it's brilliant. But it's really hard work. It's hard work trying to see how our full-time equivalents are, you know, what our rates numbers, et cetera, et cetera. But in the business world, benchmarking is gold. We're a monopoly provider of services. We don't face the market. So we don't have a whole lot of sort of objective discipline on us, but benchmarking is one of them. Now, I fully accept that it's flawed because everyone's different, but I don't care because the benchmark is the starting point for me. This is just like in my own business. I run a farm that is a tough farm. So when I benchmark myself against Waikato averages, I'm always thinking, you know, am I better or worse than them? And then I start thinking about what that might be. My farm's tough, so I can accept I'm a little bit worse than some benchmark averages. So look, I love benchmarks. I embrace them. I think I would like to see this complete removal of our objection to benchmarking. Yeah, look, I especially like it, and I'd really like to hear if anyone has strong aversion, but I would far rather have it as my starting point and then think about what we're doing different that justifies the benchmark. And then I can stand up in front of people and say, yep, we're worse or better than average, and these are the reasons why. And that for me is a better way to do it than just to reject outright this idea of benchmarking. Personally, I think it's a cop-out, it's a bit wimpish, and it's just not where we should be. We should be challenging ourselves, and benchmarking is a great place to start. So that's me on that.
Yeah, Monty, look, I agree with you on both of those points, but I'm just wanting to investigate with you. So our response in terms of our submission is on page 195. I think that can be tweaked potentially. I don't read this as an outright rejection of them. I think I'm not actually a fan of the word flawed. I thought that was the problem there. I just sort of think we should acknowledge, as we have, that we support transparency and accountability and a need for the public to understand our performance better, but that this benchmarking, whilst being an admirable or a desirable creation, needs work somehow. It's a good start. It's a good, version 1.0, but and it's only at the start, and it's only limited so far because of the following kind of reasons. I don't read that as an outright rejection, and if it did, I would oppose it because I don't think we should be rejecting them. But I think it needs work. Or am I reading those paragraphs incorrectly?
No, that's probably fair. But I would change it radically. Paragraph 29, data without context does not provide for a fair and accurate comparison and therefore ultimately will not achieve the objective of giving members of the public a better sense of what good looks like. I can't agree with that. And as a governor, I want that benchmarking, and therefore I want it. The public should get it. And so for me, it's our starting point. So look, I would heavily change the objection to the benchmarking myself.
Okay. Claire.
Yeah. So I'm sort of in the middle, really. I also love benchmarking. I think it's really important for comparisons, but I think an assumption's being made that people will see the benchmark and then check with us what's going on, and we've got the chance to then, give them a bit more context, defend our performance and things like that. And in the end, everyone sort of gets into some common ground. But that's not likely to happen. People are likely to just see the percentage, the ratio, and say, you're a failure. You know, like they're not going to check with us and find that context that will make them understand. And so I do share the sentiment or the staff view that it's dangerous as it is, because it's going to engender further criticism that may well be completely off the mark. You know, we don't mind criticism that's justified, okay, but when we get criticised because people just read that headline figure and say, you know, you're doing a hopeless job for us, I mean, that is unfair, and we want to be able to defend ourselves. So I took it as this is a starting point. We need some kind of benchmarking, I think, but that hopefully it's going to evolve over time to get to be a safer and more constructive tool. It's the constructive tool that I want. And so that's why I was a bit worried about not so much paragraph 29, but I think it's paragraph, is it 30, the last one, 32, where the submission calls for outcomes, and particularly against community outcomes and service levels, because I struggled how that could be shaped into a benchmark. Yeah. And I thought that it signalled that we didn't actually support benchmarks, full stop. Yeah. I don't know if that's very helpful.
No,
Some
it
people,
is.
we're nodding about the constructive side of things, that we do need constructive criticism, but there's a danger that people will just make judgments in isolation of understanding the deeper story of Waipa. And
Yes. As I recall, DIA were pretty clear that was the context story was up to us to deliver when they were first working these, the notion of benchmarking up. So look, can we invite staff to look at doing a zhuzh there? You've heard Monty's love and, romance with benchmarks and Claire's observations. Are there any other things that people want to throw into the mix that maybe we can invite you to go away and amend that and reflect those observations? Mike, did you have something to throw into the mix?
Yeah, look, just to reinforce that, I mean, that's why the first thing I brought up was around performance measures, which are these. But in here somewhere was about the increasing low trust of government, and it said local government. So whether we like it or not, the public want something in this sphere, and we just have to, the benchmarks are the what. What we need to explain, so I don't quite accept it, is the why. And that's up to us to explain the why, and succinctly, and communicating it so it's not long and waffly, why we achieved, why we met, why we exceeded. So I'm all for it too. I mean, benchmarking is actually looking healthy.
So we can take that away, definitely, and we'll tighten that up, talk to the value for the sector, but looking for a meaningful set of objectives. We can tighten that up.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's fitting with standing orders, but I would like to try and move that amendment to the definition of the purpose that I talked to earlier, because I think Councillor Gordon's willing to second it for me.
Yes, I am.
Just to see whether or not we could get that over the line. But I've already spoken, that's all. So I don't
That's
know.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just clear, we've got the direction on the benchmarking. I think we've had fairly thorough discussion and debate around the well-beings, but you've put a motion to propose an amendment pursuant to the suggestion in the LGNZ one. Let me have a look. I'm trying to navigate myself around through here. It's page 140 something?
243.
243.
Yeah, that we adopt that wording, or say that we support the wording from the LGNZ submission.
So did we want any further debate or discussion on that? Does anybody need any other clarity around what that might mean? So I've got a mover, and
Read that out, so it's.
I've got it here. Oh, did you want to read it out?
Well, I didn't have it written down, but just that the amendment, the submission be changed to incorporate LGNZ's recommendation to amend the purpose of local government as detailed on page 243 of our agenda.
Excellent. So I think Joe Greed is going to have to amend that recommendation on the assumption that it will be put in writing and then we will put it with the others.
Yeah, thanks.
That seems to be a logical way to deal with that. Or did you want to deal with that straight out?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so look, we'll deal with that standalone amendment in respect of the final recommendation. So Claire has put it, Roger has seconded it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Great amendment.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah, great catch, Claire.
Can I? The benchmarking to the mayor and chief executive, because this is going to have to go out after hours to confirm it. So if you want to delegate authority to do that, and we'll make sure it reflects the conversation that we've had today.
Okay,
That might be another amended resolution.
I'm just looking at the resolution that we currently have, or recommendation that we currently have on page 185. So we received Melissa's report, we approved the submission as outlined. That's going to have to be changed a little bit. It's subject to the amendment that we've all just agreed in respect of the purpose of LGNZ. And then C, approves delegation authority to Kirsty to make minor, no, I think this is more than minor. So we need to make sure there's a clear delegation in there for amendments to the benchmarking paragraphs in accordance with the observation and submissions made around the table just throughout the meeting.
And then just through the chair, an additional resolution delegating authority to yourself and Steph to provide final approval of the submission for
Great.
lodging.
Excellent. Okay. So should we give you a few minutes, Joe, to try and whip that up? She's looking. Do people want to see that written before or are we all on the same page? I'm just really mindful of the time that we've got before us.
Totally happy, Susan. It's
Totally
only a
happy?
submission anyway, right?
Absolutely. Okay.
Just need to be really clear on what the recommendation is, if we can have a couple of minutes, please. Yeah. Do you want to adjourn for 5 minutes?
Okay, let's adjourn for 5 minutes. Perfect. Right, back again. We've got our amendments, I believe. And we're going to chuck them on the screen for us as we've waited to see what they look like. Drum roll. Good stuff. So here we have our amendment to our recommendation, obviously that we received Melissa's report. And the second one is to approve the submission as outlined in Appendix 1, subject to an amendment to incorporate the LGNZ recommendation to amend the purpose of the LGA as set out on page 243 of the agenda, and subject to amending paragraphs 28 to 32 of the agenda so that it is supportive of benchmarking. And then C provides 28 to 32 of the submission so that it is supportive of benchmarking. And then C provides delegated authority to the Mayor and Chief Executive to make minor amendments to the submission and amendments outlined in the recommendation. I don't think that actually captures
through the
it.
chair, that part C needs to be delegation to the Mayor and CE to provide final approval of the submission for lodging.
And I also, through, if I may, me, Susan,
fine.
just say in the amendment B, it's not actually the purpose of the LGA, it's to amend the purpose of local government as set out in the LGNZ submission. So we just need to make sure that that's, so which ones do you want to, Joe?
Just thinking about the wording that we said in your amendment, so you might set a vote on the whole resolution.
No, I think it's quite simple, Joe. I just think it's subject to an amendment to incorporate the recommendation of LGNZ or the LGNZ recommendation to amend the purpose of local government. Yep, comma, as set out on page 243 of the Waipa District Council of the council agenda paper. So we're very clear of what agenda it is, so it's easily readable.
Of this agenda.
Yeah.
Let's just say something that I've been reading that particular document quite a lot. And it just says in the second key version 2, and it's saying the list is incomplete as it has civil offence and emergency management. And then it goes on to a later list when it has its own use of term and natural hazards, okay? So that you consider them both options.
Lou, can I just ask you to hold that for a minute? Just hold that thought and let's get these accurate first and we'll come. So where are you reading from? Which page? And what page are you on, Lou?
243. It's your 243.
Yeah.
Page 243.
Through the chair.
Okay, should we just, can we just hold that thought, Lou? We'll come back, let's get this right. So now it says what it does. Approve the submission as outlined in Appendix 1, subject to an amendment to incorporate the LGNZ recommendation to amend the purpose of local government as set out on page 243 of the council agenda and subject to amending paragraphs 28 to 32 so that it is supportive of benchmarking. And then we're also going to provide delegated authority to the Mayor and Chief Executive for final approval of the submission for lodgement. Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask for a point?
Before I come back to you, oh, sorry.
Can we just hold on a minute? Let Joe get that typed up. And then we'll all be on the same page. And then we delete that wording.
It just says for lodgement, full stop, Joe, at the end of full stop. Yep, delete. Yep, that's the one. Thank you.
Right. So there's the amended recommendation. So approves the submission as outlined in Appendix 1, subject to an amendment to incorporate the LGNZ recommendation to amend the purpose of local government, remove that as set out on page 243 4.3 of the council agenda and subject to amending paragraphs 28 to 32 of the submission so that it is supportive of benchmarking. That makes sense. And then provides delegated authority to the Mayor and Chief Executive to provide final approval of the submission for lodgement, which also makes sense. So Roger, did you wish, you were seeking clarification?
I accept the fact that we've amended the purpose of local government, but my understanding is that the submission still keeps in the reference to the 4 well-beings.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's the status quo, is that there is the recommendation, summary of submission, sorry, page 191 is 9, which states that we disagree with the removal of reference to full well-beings. That's the current.
So that's still in.
Submission.
Yeah. So I'll vote against
You're not going to vote for my benchmarking.
Oh, no, I agree with you, benchmarking. I just believe that we've got to go back to basics and that there's a big difference between the two.
Roger.
Thank you.
So that is the recommendation we have before us. We've already dealt with and passed the recommendation to submit in respect of similarity to the LGNZ piece. So I have all 3 paragraphs there. Claire will move that. Do I have a seconder? Mike will second that. I'll therefore put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Yes, please.
And did you want to be recorded?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Done. Right.
So
oh, yes, Lou. What was your
it's about the
about
I'm on the next. Right, but civil defence is quite different to what we're talking here of natural hazards. Natural hazards are things like sea, rise, and other things that we can mitigate probably to some extent. But you need to be in there rather than one.
So, is our support for the local government submission sufficient for you, Lou, to know that we're supporting that? You're comfortable with that? Yeah.
That's what I want to add, so that we do support that, please.
Yeah, we have supported that submission. Yep. You're just highlighting that you're pleased that that is there.
Please that we don't lose everything with civil defence emergency management. We don't want that completely removed either, because the 4 Rs in civil defence is very important as well. And but I've just been reading the whole document. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a mile away.
I think, Lou, we're having a heated agreement.
Yeah.
We're saying the LGNZ have recognised what you've picked up and we're supporting
Exactly,
LGNZ.
and you're supporting it.
Yeah.
And I'm keen on that, please.
Right. Thank you. Are you happy with that, Susan?
Yes, we got there eventually. Right. Oh, Philip.
Yeah, so I've got a personal matter that's come up, so I'm going to go if that's all right.
Okay, your apologies for the rest of the meeting
Sorry.
accepted. Thank you, Philip. Okay, the next item on our agenda then is 25-26 Ahuaki Implementation Summary Plan. It's Kirsty and Melissa again. The floor is yours. Obviously very closely related to and crossed over into our previous item. So the floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval for a 25-26 Ahuaki Implementation Summary Plan. As you're well aware, back in March of this year, you provided approval for Ahuaki Waipa Community Spatial Plan and the Ahuaki Implementation Guidance Note. That guidance note identifies the implementation for Ahuaki over a 30-year duration, focusing on short, medium and long-term projects and initiatives. We have an organisational KPI that requires you to provide approval by the 30th of August this year of a summary implementation plan, focusing on the 12 months to 30 June 2026. My understanding is that the intent on the part of elected members is to ensure that the projects and initiatives are deliverable within the course of this financial year. In developing Ahuaki over some years, 4 years, we engaged with mana whenua and iwi partners, key stakeholders and the wider community to ensure that we had a 30-year blueprint for our district. The purpose of that was to ensure that we successfully deliver on our organisational vision to build connected communities and our community outcomes focused on wellbeing. The plan was commenced in 2020 and the intent was to ensure that we were well positioned Waipa in terms of the central government's proposed reform to RMA and changes that were happening in our external environment. We had undertaken spatial planning at a village and town level through concept plans and concept plan refreshes, and also at a sub-regional level through our Future-Proof partnership. We engaged at place, people and place at the very heart of Ahuaki, and we engaged in a way that we hadn't previously. The work that we've undertaken has been held out as being exemplary at a national and international level. And we also partnered with the University of Waikato in developing a community, enhanced community participatory process through our World Cafe workshops. And that work is the subject of academic research papers under development by the University of Waikato, whereby Ahuaki will be a case study. So now the challenge and the opportunity for us is to bring Ahuaki to life through implementation so that it can effectively drive all of our future planning, prioritisation, investment, project and service delivery. We have developed an implementation summary plan which focuses on work streams that are already underway and are advanced. And also there is a foundational piece that is critical. It is critical to ensuring that we successfully deliver on Ahuaki, that it is not just a plan, but rather it is a way of working and ensuring that Waipa District Council and our Waipa communities are fit for purpose for our ever-changing external environment. The intention is that Ahuaki will then be woven as part of our DNA, and it will be enabling us to partner effectively with mana whenua and iwi, with stakeholders and the wider community, recognising that we cannot of ourselves deliver Ahuaki alone. Significant work was undertaken in developing the comprehensive guidance note alongside our partners and also stakeholders, including central government agencies, those agencies that we consider to be investment partners. So the foundation piece for that is outlined in the summary implementation plan is the development of a framework which will include KPIs, monitoring and reporting. And as part of that, we will also be considering the platform on which Ahuaki is presented. Right from the get-go, we signalled to you and you bought into that, that this would not be a plan that sat on a shelf, but rather it would be live, it would be kept current, it would be interactive, and it would be easily accessible for our community. So that is the intention as we go about operationalising Ahuaki. It's fair to say that our environment has changed since we started developing the substantive plan. Our way of working externally has changed, as has our way of working internally. And we will be reaching out to our partners, stakeholders, external and within the organisation, to be able to champion Ahuaki and bring it to life through other strategies and plans, such as long-term plan. And we will be doing that alongside our community. So there is alignment to the work that has been undertaken with the Anchor Institution framework and the work program that you recently approved at the beginning of August through the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee, with a focus on collaboration with partners. A number of these work streams have been delayed, the Ahawaki implementation being one of those due to the delays to the adoption of Ahawaki and also the delays through the development of the 25-34 long-term plan. So there will be work that will be undertaken to develop project plans for that foundation piece, the framework and measures and monitoring, as well as project planning for Waipa 2050. It's acknowledged that these things are integral to ensuring that we work collaboratively at a sub-regional and regional level also. And you can start to see the interdependencies with work underway led by Futureproof with the spatial studies, the work underway with fast track applications and possible changes to boundaries, and work underway with Waipa 2050. So I'll probably leave it there and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kirsty. Very good intro. Claire.
Yes, thanks. And I'm really keen to see the work that we've put into Ahawaki is put to good use. So really want to see this implementation summary plan fit for purpose. And in that respect, I've got some questions like on page 180, which is the first table of the implementation plan. At the bottom of the third column, it talks about establishing that reporting framework and identifying the appropriate KPIs to report against. And then the next column talks about resourcing it. So I'm just interested in the dollars that are needed to resource it and whether or not it's going to be an additional call on our ordinary operational budgets.
So through the chair, as I just mentioned, Councillor Clare, there have been delays and so there is going to need to be resourcing required within our teams to be able to commence the planning of this project proper. And we've signalled in here that we anticipate that we'll be able to commence prior to the end of the calendar year. There is funding that is included in the long-term plan for the implementation of Ahawaki. It is, and I think it's fair to say that there has been significant change since this project was initially scoped for the development of the 24-34 long-term plan. So if you turn your mind, that was back in 2021, we kicked off the development of that planning exercise.
Yeah.
My expectation is that we will not be coming to you for additional money. My expectation is that quite possibly we will be saying we don't need as much money as what we have budgeted.
Yeah. But at the moment, you can't really give any dollar numbers around it. But it's reassuring that it's not likely to be an additional call. Yeah.
No, and look, as part of this foundational piece, we will be establishing a governance framework and we will be considering how we report into our elected members of council.
Oh, that's really good. In fact, that should perhaps be in this table. That's the intention. That's great. And just my last question, which is on page 182, and it relates to the EC1, Develop an Economic Wellbeing Strategy. And if you have a look in that right-hand column, it talks about an event strategy as well. So that is a bit of a surprise, actually, because I was all over the documentation for the Ahawaki plan and implementation plan and also practice notes, and I don't recall any mention of an event strategy before. So I was a bit surprised to see that in there.
So through the chair, the event strategy that is referenced there is a work stream that is being led out of our comms and engagement team. And I can ask Lisa to provide more detail on that if you require that. With regard to the economic wellbeing strategy, that, as you recall, that work commenced some time ago now and has been progressed under leadership from Joy Mickelson. We see that there are synergies between the economic wellbeing strategy and what will be delivered with the event strategy in terms of a focus on tourism, on the contribution to our economy that events within our district and wider region can generate. And so it is intended that those things we will go out to the community for informal feedback alongside each other rather than separate. But I'm not over, Lisa, I'm sorry, I may need to ask you to come forward just to, if you can provide a short update as to where you're at.
I don't know if I need an update on the event strategy and what's contained in it. My question is, it wasn't part of the original detail that's in Ahuaki, but this is an Ahuaki implementation strategy or plan. So you're sort of drawing on things that are connected within our business that you think makes sense to be included. But yeah, so I mean, I would argue that if you're setting up a framework for Ahuaki, really you should only be measuring the things that are in the Ahuaki plan. Yeah, itself.
So through the chair, the intention is, I'm not suggesting by referencing it within the summary plan that it is a tangible outcome of Ahuaki, but rather suggest the purpose of referencing it here is to signal that we will be the timing of the feedback.
Yeah, so the distinction is it's not part of it, but it's going to be the economic wellbeing strategy will be consulted timing wise with the other piece that sits outside. Okay, excellent. Any other questions, these fine ladies, before we address the recommendations?
Just
Mike.
a comment really, just a clarification on page 181, CC1 develop a climate change strategy. So I think this is a good example. So due to budget constraints, no funding was provided in the last LTP, but the strategy has been undertaken in-house and is well advanced. I'm assuming that's probably through Haven or...
Yeah, so just by way of background, you may recall that KPMG undertook an audit of climate change governance. And in response to that, we developed a governance improvement program plan. And then I guess falling out of that, a work program for the 24-25 year, and now more recently the 25-26 year. As part of the recommendations that KPMG made, there was a recommendation that we develop a climate change strategy or policy. We had back in 2020 commenced work on the development or the review of our environment strategy. And as we went about that work, which became quite wide in scope, we acknowledged that there was a more pressing need for a climate change strategy, and elected members endorsed that approach. So under the leadership of the Sustainability and Climate Change Subcommittee, Haven, I'm coming into that role of Principal Climate Change Advisor, has commenced and well progressed the development of a climate change strategy. There is a meeting of that subcommittee on Monday of next week. That subcommittee has had several workshops to develop aspects of that strategy, and there will be a further touch point on Monday with a view to then engaging more widely with elected members as a whole, but acknowledging that we're in a pre-election period. So there will likely be a delay now until after the election for that to further progress and into the external environment to share with partners and stakeholders and seek feedback on that document. But yes, so that's essentially being created in-house with input from staff across the organisation. And in terms of future costs for completing the delivery of that strategy, they will be minimal.
Yeah, it's just good to see that we brought it in-house where maybe, if it wasn't in-house, I'm sure it probably would have cost us more. And having someone in-house, the expertise sits within us. So, well done.
Any other questions of these ladies before we address the recommendation on page 117 and 18? Roger.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I expressed my thoughts on the four well-beings as against back to basics approach in the last discussion we had. Obviously, they are still there because we've still got the Anchor Institution framework, which is quite clearly based on the four well-beings. But what I want to go on to in this session is, during the LTP submissions, we heard there was considerable skepticism about Ahuaki in the fact that it was a plan to make plans. And that's actually reflected on page 129, when in fact everything that's there is a plan to do this, a plan to do that, and a plan to do something else. So I've got a challenge there because, you know, and again, it's a timing issue. We, as the departing council, are actually committing our future council to the implementation of all these plans. You mentioned, Kirsty, that a number of these have already been delayed by a number of months. And hence, I question whether a deferral by another couple of months to put it before the new council would actually be the more appropriate plan of action. I feel really uncomfortable because none of us may be round this table when it comes to the next council time. So I'd prefer to see us deferring the adoption of this implementation plan until the first meeting of the new council.
Thank you, Roger. Firstly, I must have been asleep when there was that considerable opposition to, what was it? What was your wording? I must have missed all of that, but anyway. Well, what certainly wasn't considered considerable. I'll split hairs on that one. But secondly, the item before us today is an organisational KPI. It's one of the priorities that we have set as an organisation. And secondly, it's actually one of our chief executive's KPIs. So I think it would be remiss of us to delay this any further because we would have to then start changing our own rules that we set for both our organisation and our chief executive as well. So that's my position. Is there any more discussion to be had around this item? No? Okay, so we have a recommendation, I think it was at page 117 and 118. Oh, I'm going all over the place here on my, to receive the report and to, approve the implementation summary plan as attached at Appendix 2. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Dale Marie would like to second that. I'll then put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Roger. Right, next item. Thank you, ladies.
Thanks, team.
The annual alcohol licensing summary. And I believe Carl is online. Carl Tutty.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you indeed. We can't see you. You're a strange little logo on a screen, but that's fine. We can hear your dulcet tones.
Okay, my apologies. Yes, I'm coming to you live from Don Roland Centre, the Waikato Building Consent Group Development Day.
Excellent. The floor is yours, Carl.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Chair. Appendix 2 of what you have today is the annual report that goes to the Alcohol Regulatory and Licensing Authority, which you've typically seen each year. And while it's generally an information-only report, at present, there's not a delegation for staff or another committee to approve the filing of this report with the authority, hence why it's on your agenda today. But that, as a bonus, gives us the opportunity to provide a covering report with some of the more local trends and issues that are of interest to elected members and the responses to some of the concerns that have been raised throughout the course of the year at a Waipa level, as opposed to a lot of the statistics the authority is wanting in a more general context. So I'm happy to take the covering report and the appendices as read, and if there's any questions or matters arising, happy to speak to those.
Great stuff. Thank you, Carl. Any questions of Carl in respect of his covering report or attachment there? Liz?
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Just a quick question around any backlogs that you still think are out there. From time to time, I do still hear, but I saw from the report you've done a heck of a lot of on-licence renewals in particular. So I'm guessing that most of that backlog is now cleared?
Yes, through the chair. So with the number of licenses we have, you'd always expect about a third of them to be in some process of renewal at any particular time. So whilst we've got that number down, and I did seek an update on it this morning, but with working remotely, I haven't seen that number as yet. But the important thing was the age of those. We had some that were 2 or 3 years old at different stages of the process, some 6 to 12 months ago. We now, as of last week, have no license applications with us that are more than 12 months old. So we've made substantial inroads there. We don't measure the number of pending managers and specials. Special licenses, because they're time sensitive, they are issued and that's the end of them. They don't hang around after the date of the event they relate to. And manager certificates are usually relying more on the applicants making themselves available for interview than they are anything in our specific process. So the license ones are down quite significantly. And that's ongoing work. We would like to see our processing time even shorter. As of this exact moment, I've just got an update that we have 42 license or license renewal applications pending at the moment. So that's down some 40% from 6 months ago.
And they're all less than 12 months old. Hey, look, that's actually a fantastic outcome. And I can also note that you've got, you've been able to fill a number of vacant positions as well. So yeah, well done to the team.
Thank you. It's working well.
Good stuff. Any other questions on this report? I don't think so. It's fairly perfunctory. So I have Dale Marie, who's happy to move the report and approval of it. And Mike is going to second that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Fantastic stuff. Thanks, Carl. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Will do. Thank you.
So moving on to our next item on our agenda, which connects with PC 26, Residential Zone Intensification Financial Contributions. And we have Peter Skilton and James addressing us on this. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Lucky last. I think if I can take the bulk of the report as read and really just make a few key points, particularly arising from the workshop, some of the matters in the workshop last week. And Councillor Gordon, you had a couple of questions which I said that I would report back to you on. The first one was the percentage increase in building consent levies that would arise. In the brownfield areas, we've calculated that the increase without any discounts or credits being applied would be in the order of 13% for the Cambridge area, rising up to 21% for Kiki. In terms of having abilities to recoup discounted levies, for example, in the event that somebody had built a 70 square metre dwelling and received a 50% discount and then came along and did an extension. So we sought some legal advice. That came back is that there would be no ability for us to recoup the discounts in that instance. It doesn't necessarily present itself as a big issue or a gotcha moment, because for 50% discount, we're not talking a lot of money, and we're talking less than what it would cost for somebody to apply for a building consent to build the extension. So I don't think that it would be something that would be used against us actively. We had some discussion about areas, local use areas for where contributions would be collected and used. We've come back and identified 3 options, and you'll see that one of the resolutions is a wee bit unusual in that it does present some options. There's 3 options for setting up accounts or collection areas. Option 1 would be an area for Cambridge and Leamington combined, and an area for Te Awamutu and Kiki combined. Option 2 would be separate areas for Cambridge and Leamington, with a third area for Te Awamutu and Kiki combined. And then the final option would be 1 area for each of the townships. So in terms of the resolution, we're saying, pick one to an extent. With the collection and use practice note, we have included some text about reporting back to elected members. And that goes along the lines of saying that elected members will be informed via regular information only reporting of the quantum of financial contributions collected and where they have been or are proposed to be spent. The practice note itself has the purpose of identifying what the purpose of the financial contributions are and where and how that money will be collected and used. It doesn't specifically go into the mechanics of who will be responsible for determining how that money is spent. And it was expected that that would be something that would be determined through a later process. So before you, we have 4 resolutions. One is for the report to be received. The second is for the adoption of the discount factor and credit practice note. The third is for the adoption of the collection and use practice note. And the fourth is to delegate authority back to the GM for district growth and regulatory to finalise and make non-material amendments to the practice notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Claire, and then Roger.
Thank you, Peter. I'm really happy with your report. It sets out really clearly the way that the system is going to work. I just wanted to let you know what my preferences are for the divvying up of the funds. So I'm really keen to see the funds applied to the streets or the very local areas where the impacts are being experienced through the higher density of housing that's enabled through this plan change. So therefore, I certainly would like to see differentiation between Leamington and Cambridge and Kihikihi and Tuamutu. And in fact, when we were discussing it earlier, there should be provision for new residential areas to be added to the list in case Ohaupo becomes enabled for higher density. Like at the moment, it is in a residential zone. I think it's large lot residential, but we have talked about it being enabled probably, in the reasonable near future, things like that. So you're not going to have a wholesale change to your system by the fact that we want to add another one in or something.
Would that be something that would be better addressed at the time through amendment of the practice note?
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely then, yeah. Yeah, whatever's easiest for you, yeah. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to stress that I feel the purpose behind these financial contributions is recognising the local impacts, that are going to be, I suppose, experienced by the people that are living in the vicinity, and therefore the investment I feel should be made in those areas. Yeah, I do also have strong views on the oversight that governors should have or elected members should have on the use of the funds, and I would actually be in favour of a subcommittee or something like that before the funds are spent to hear what the intentions are of where staff think it should go. And because I feel elected members are the ones that hear the complaints about the higher density and the stress that residents come under when it's difficult to park where they used to park on the street where they live, or the impacts of the bulk and the height and all that, and so ways. So I feel we'd be likely to get that early heads up of where the money would be needed to be invested. Yeah, those are my views. Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Roger.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. A couple of points from me. Obviously, I expressed my concern over percentage increases in costs. Now, just outline for me. I know that financial contributions were, if you like, instigated by central government and enabled us to adopt those as a tool. Who established the dollar quantum of those financial contributions?
That was the authors of our plan change, of Plan Change 26.
So it was us.
It was.
It was council.
Yes.
So we're responsible for that increase in costs. And what basis did they use to establish this quantum of costs? Because I don't think we've seen any information on that.
No. That is something that I can't answer, but it's probably not particularly relevant to what we're talking about today either, because it is something that has already been determined and settled. There's no ability for us to alter what the quantum of those contributions are, because we've already had the decision from the minister that we must implement it and make the plan operative. So we don't have any ability to alter any of those.
I'm sorry, I'm confused there. I thought you said we as council established what that dollar cost per financial contribution would be.
That's right, as part of the drafting of the plan change, yes.
Yeah, okay. I've got to also say I'm share Claire's concern when you state that the reporting of the use of these financial, or that bucket of money would be actually retrospective to its allocation and therefore would have no governance oversight before it's allocated and used.
I think Councillor Gordon, just to answer your question through you, Madam Chair, is if you look at page 287 under the reporting of use, under the appendix 2, which is the reference note being asked to be adopted, there's a piece there about are proposed to be spent. So that would maybe we need to flesh that out in terms of what that looks like in terms of proposed to be spent, not been spent. So I read this as what's been spent after it's been proposed to be spent. So what's been approved,
okay,
and then proposed to be spent going forward. So,
okay, so
as governors, you would have visibility of what's proposed to be spent.
Oh, in areas where it's supposed, but not the actual expenditure action. The area, the function that it would be spent on, but not the actual project that it would be spent on.
So where we are at the moment is we haven't connected to any financial contributions yet because we need the sign off to be able to go out and notify and then start collecting, right? So there is no there's no pre-expenditure yet. The way I read this is that we will have proposed the expenditure and then we will track the actual spend. So that's the reporting of use. Now the details around how that looks hasn't been fleshed out yet, but what I'm hearing very clearly here from councillors is you want to be involved in that proposed expenditure.
Can
yes.
I guess I think what we want assurances around there being a strengthened governance oversight. I hear what you're saying, Claire. I'm not sure I agree with more subcommittees. That just gets kind of bureaucratic. And I appreciate the need for there to be some ring fencing or channeling of that to this area from whence it came. But then it's how granular do we have to get? And what is the ongoing burden, I guess, to administer that? And is that outweighed by the benefits of making sure that funding is local? I don't know, it's kind of a swings and a roundabouts kind of thing. So Monty, did you want to add to that?
Madam Chair, can I just finish? I haven't quite finished. So perhaps it's a question of Steph. If this was retrospectively reported, would it be through on the radar and therefore not publicly accessible information?
My response to that would be that we would put it through a formal finance and corporate report.
Yeah.
It is exactly as James has described it previously, like other pots of money that we have to accrue for and account for as part of our overall accounting system. And so I would expect it to be absolutely transparent, available in our finance and corporate reports and reported on a basis from a timing perspective that's useful and helpful to me, Susan's point about not creating admin burden that's unnecessary. But what I'm hearing is what you're looking for us to do is not only think about and be clear about the reporting mechanism, but to perhaps go away and have a think about what might be some strengthened governance oversight or mechanism by which you've got confidence that there's some principles guiding this, that there's it's spent as close to the development as possible, But also I understand that there are some concerns potentially just about making sure that there's no pecuniary conflicts of interest, perceived conflicts of interest, that this could accrue in time. And so we're wanting to make sure that we are managing this new financial contribution mechanism in a very open and transparent and robust way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll jump in. Look, yeah, I probably don't need to say much because you've pretty much covered it, but it's not hard to imagine that with the amount of development that could take place in the MDRS area, that the quantum of financial contributions could be not insignificant. It could be significant. And the way the practice note's currently written, I feel that the governance arrangements and oversights are inadequate. So yeah, I'd invite you to think about that and enhance it, both for the transparency of expenditure of essentially public money and for the protection of your staff, because we don't even know who's going to be deciding this. Doing everything that council does kind of needs to be done under the cover of the elected members' governance oversight, so that you've got the protection that ultimately the buck stops with us, which is always fine. So for a few reasons, I think, yeah, it does need a bit of strengthening. I don't know if that means we have to hold up the practice note here, because in principle, the practice note's fine, everything else is fine. It's just that's the objection. And it is a practice note, so an enhanced codification of how the practice is going to be, handled is what we're after.
Good stuff. James, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just very quickly. Well, this ties in very, very well actually with our increased and improved reporting about how we financial report to governance, which obviously is a CEO's KPI. So we should factor that into that process, which you'll have feedback into very quickly around how we develop and scope that. But as Councillor Montgomery says, the practice note, for all intents and purposes, covers off. We just now need to create a process on what that looks like. Yeah.
Excellent. Liz?
I was just going to suggest through all of that actually the chairs might get together to form more of a working group, not a subcommittee, just to work through some of these things, because this is a new fund, and I feel like we're in a sort of uncharted territory in a way, and that it just might be helpful. We've done this before with the housing group, our housing group committee, where as on our journey we found that there were more questions than answers. So it's just a suggestion.
Did you want to say something, Monty?
We'll just ask Steph, how do you want to proceed on this?
I think if you give us thanks, Monty. If you give us guidance today that you're generally happy with the practice note and the intention of where we're going, but you want to see, so you can approve that, you can give us guidance as Claire has about the way you want to describe the locations, and then ask us to come back and report back. How we report back, they'll have to think about that, and when might be to the next council meeting, but give us a bit of time to go away and have a think about what some of those strengthened governance oversight and options might be. So you can approve it subject to your final approval of that.
Look, the only reason I suggested this, because this is the second time that Monty's asked for it. So that's why, we just want to strengthen it. We want to make sure this is going to get done. So if you're giving us that commitment, great.
No. There's a time sensitivity to this too, isn't there, James? There's an element of time sensitivity.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. But I think we've got options in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have got options in B.
I'd like to remove the option that has the distinction between Leamington and Cambridge, Key Mutu.
You just
the option 3.
Three.
You want to differentiate between the 4 areas.
Yeah,
Claire?
that's what I.
So we're on page 272.
There we go.
Susan?
Yep, there now.
Yeah.
Can I just have just a word just on the significance, significance of it, and just through what Monty's picked up is, it's not hard to get a 300 house subdivision, and you times that by 3.3, 3,300. It's $1 million every time there's 300 houses go up. Now we know there's 300 houses times 10 coming up in the next 10 years, so it is a significant chunk of money. And what it can't become is a slush fund. I think that's to be spent on sort of nice to.
Can I just I just want to be careful about words.
Yeah.
Words are powerful things. long gone are the days that there are slush funds in local government. In fact, I don't know if they ever existed. Maybe they did. What you're hearing today is an assurance from us that we will make sure that there's robust process and there's transparent, accountable reporting on this, and that it will be directed to the locations whereby it's the pressures come from, and that we will look to strengthen the governance oversight and reporting on it by coming back to you with some options on that, Mike.
So
Excellent.
just on that, so the timing of that though, because it's time sensitive. So when will it come back? Like after the election? or-
If you agree it today with timing, we come back to that final council meeting potentially. Is that James or Peter? Have you got a view of that? Is that realistic? Do we have another date? Well, the finance and corporate meeting, I don't have the dates exactly in front of me right now, but I'm up with this, test it perhaps with the mayor and the chair of finance and corporate a couple of weeks.
So the time sensitivity is related back to how long we've had the minister's decision for.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
it's almost coming up 12 months.
Yes, so
Yeah.
appreciate we need to move on it, don't we? So I guess, sorry, Aroha mai Peter, my question to James is how long do we think we need to come up with some options by which we can give the councillors confidence that there's that increased oversight and what the reporting might look like? A couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to test what we're talking about at the workshops on 10th of September.
Okay.
Yeah, some ideas and suggestions on how we manage that, given what we've heard today.
Are you comfortable with that, Susan?
Yeah.
Have a 15-minute session on the 5th, on the 10th?
Yeah, it's helpful having commitment to a date. I think we can take some confidence out of that. So we have a recommendation then at page 271 and 272. Claire has already moved it and selecting at paragraph C, number 3, which of course breaks the 4 areas into four settlements into 4 areas. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep.
And it's
Someone else might have to move it.
just looking at the Cambridge Leamington situation.
Can I just hold on a minute? I need to make sure if people are leaving, we might not have a quorum.
Oh, no, I need to be at home by 3:30.
Can I just quickly say, I'll second the motion for a start. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. All right, and I just wanted to make one point that these charges, they will accumulate money, yes, but just remember the discount factor. Okay, with a large development, there will be discount factors involved. So these figures, although we've seen them outright, are not going to be finite. They are just the top charges, so there will be a change. So all I'm saying is that I'm happy to second it. You're saying that you want a different one.
No, it's just that I'm putting something on the table to consider. And that is, if you look at Cambridge, the majority of development in Cambridge will be C1, C2, C3. Huge amount of development there that will accumulate a fair fund. And yet the majority of recent development will be in place, and hence maybe the need or the demand for the allocation of that resource may well be better spent on the other side in Leamington, where it's more of a traditional suburb and hence the need may be greater. So I'm just saying that maybe the opportunity to look at Cambridge and Leamington as one area would be a better utilisation opportunity for that fund.
Okay, so thank you for sharing that insight, Roger. But we currently have a mover and a seconder on that on the 4. For option 3, yes, correct. Monty.
This is a little bit important. We're going against the staff recommendation here, and to be honest, I haven't yet heard why the staff recommendation was to group the 2 areas together. So hear your point, Claire, but, and I know we're getting late, but a few more minutes just on why the staff don't agree with that would be useful to me.
So our recommendation would be for option 1, which is the 2 areas, one for each township. And the reason for that is you know, the quantum of contributions may not be significant. If we're applying discounts to the greenfield areas, where we won't be collecting large amount of contributions on the first dwelling in those areas. So, you know, it provides the basis for which you can collect a bigger pool of money and use it in areas of most need. If you're divvying it up into different areas and some areas don't have a lot of development and other areas do, then there may be some areas that need investment that might miss out.
Yes, so it's fair to say that option 1 provides greater flexibility and an ability to move with what's happened at the time and acknowledging perhaps Roger's comments and observations. Yep, okay. So with that said, I've still got to deal with the C3 recommendation that's been moved and seconded by Claire and Lou. So I have to put that in it. And of course, if we don't agree with that, then that has to be lost and then somebody else has to move and second the alternative, which would be
James has got an idea.
presumably.
Yeah, and so I do want to stick to it because I've approved resource consents where you've got one section, okay, but it has 7 units on it. And so that whole street gets impacted. So while the quantum may not be large in a particular area, the impact on one particular street, if you get high density, is. And so that's the reason for it. And so that's why I do want to put it. I don't mind if it's lost, but that's my principle.
Okay, yeah. Great. Thanks, Claire. Steph, did you?
I'm going to come to James first, if I might, Susan, and I've got a way of getting through that, Claire, because I hear your issue. But
I need to explain the implications of this decision is that these funds will be ring-fenced in 3 accounts by the decision you're about to vote on here today. So what that will mean is if there's a lot of development in Cambridge and you want to reallocate to some to Leamington, you won't be able to. Right, so I just want to make that very, very clear that that's what this decision means, because we will ring fence it. You can always change that policy later on, but the historical way we've collected that will be ring fenced, and that's where we'll have to spend it. Think of it as a reserve kind of like.
Yeah.
So and on that point, Claire, I hear your point, and we want it, and it's a good principle in resource management, right? That you address the issue where they are in place.
Yeah.
But my suggestion is to you that you give yourself flexibility through this until we see it play out. And to a number of you have talked about having that flexibility, but you can still have a principle that says the money should be spent where the impact is felt most.
Yes.
And you could be guided by that in the practice note to staff. We could consider that in terms of your increased governance, strengthening and oversight, if that addresses the practical resource management impact, which I hear your concern is at. But I guess what you're hearing from the guys is they're looking for flexibility and the importance of creating those pots in the right way to provide for that flexibility.
So shall I withdraw that?
No, we have to deal with that. So we've got the mover and the seconder. So I shall.
I just want to ask one question with the waters, with the, you know, like funding the waters in the rivers. Okay, this will mean only one side of the river because Leamington's on one side and Cambridge is on the other side.
It'll be excluded, councillor.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to verify that.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with DCs or water infrastructure, right? It's all to do with trees, the regional piece.
Yeah, but there is a Te Waimano where we are actually giving money to the local iwi authorities, aren't we?
Madam Chair, I think I've got to leave and you'll lose your quorum.
No, we won't. We will. Can we just call this to order? We've got a mover and a seconder, and it relates to C3. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Aye. Lost. So the motion's lost. So I'll then move from the chair. The recommendations as they appear, choosing C1, which provides us with the greatest flexibility in terms of these, and Roger will second that. I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Against?
And Claire, you want to be against and record it against. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you.
Do you want a new recommendation?
Really?
I think it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear that we've got we'll expect something from you, James, on the 10th of September to have a bit of a clear understanding of what proposition is around that governance strength thing.
And look, that is such a tight timeframe. wouldn't necessarily want to hold staff to that, but an expectation that you don't, I mean, you're not going to be spending this until we've agreed a framework. That's good enough for me. And I don't care if that takes 6 months or whatever. It just, that works for me. And is that a reasonable way forward? Oh, to turn this around in 2 weeks is kind of too tough on you guys, and we'll probably stuff it up anyway.
And you've actually got a big workshop on the 10th as well, so we'll take that away. But what we would endeavour to do is, because you've got an understanding of it, bring it back to you before the end of this triennium, at least with some thinking.
Great, right. Moving on to the next item, documents under council seal.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your patience as we work through that.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Peter.
Look, this is very perfunctory. There are 5 people there that we're looking to issue warrants to under the common seal of our council. So I ask you for your approval to enable them to do their jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. Moved by everybody, seconded by everybody. No, Lou and Mike. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Now let's move into, there's a resolution there to exclude the public, to move into public excluded for the purposes of looking at our last minutes. So Lou will move